You. What's up, everyone? How's it going? Howdy, howdy. You know, at some point, I'm probably gonna have to get some start screen music. I'm just saying. I may have to work on that. But what's up? Happy Friday. Happy Resident Evil 4 Remake Day. I hope everyone that's playing that is having an awesome time with it. I spent the past couple hours playing the Diablo 4, was it beta, I guess, whatever it's called. I downloaded on my second PS5 and was playing it for about a couple hours. I have mixed thoughts. In some ways, I like it. I think it's, standard dungeon crawler. In some ways, it kind of does just feel like more of the same with Diablo 3, but, it looks reskinned prettier. In some instances, the graphics look really good, and then others, it looks kind of a little not so good. But, dungeon crawler games are kind of addictive. But for me, it's just like one of those things where the game's $70. It's going to have a battle pass every couple months or so. What's the point? Like, really? Well, obviously, realistically, I'm not going to buy the game day one or probably month one. And honestly, I hope it does fail. I'm sorry. I hope the fucking game fails. And the shame is it's not a bad game. It's not. But real quick, guys, what's up? Rocky, good to see you. No holds barred. He's gonna cut loose. He's not gonna hold back. That's what's up. Neozoic, welcome to the NCO New Cassie order. I can dig it, bro. I can dig it. The main trio are Hollywood Cassie, TJ Hall, and Ozzy Nash. That's great. I love that. All seriousness, hello everyone. Hello Neo, it's really good to see you as always. Scarga, he said, what's good, Cass? Good to see you, bro. Butch, it's very good to see you. I know you're kind of a little bit mad. I was throwing a little bit of shade your way, but I know that you don't get upset about it, man. As much as you pretend this false outrage, we know that you're good. Alex vs. Evil, hope you've been enjoying RE4 Remake, sir. I was watching you stream it for a bit last night. I hope it's been really, like, I hope it's been a great experience for you. I hope it's been what you were waiting for, and I hope that there's more to love than to be upset about in terms of if they cut anything. I couldn't tell you what's in it and what's not. I've never played the original, but hoping that it really is a great experience overall. Hey, Rocky's saying hi to everyone. Scarget says, I don't know why, but I'd love to have this starting soon screen as a live wallpaper on my laptop for some reason. I will take that as a compliment. Most people don't really want to see my face for a long period of time. You're saying you wouldn't mind your entire home screen being me eating popcorn. That's crazy. I mean, I appreciate it. Much love all around. Hugs. You prefer the OG RE games, Doomslayer? I mean, it's one of those things where I don't necessarily blame you. And the really awesome thing about RE4, the original, is that it still holds up. Capcom's done a good job of preserving that Resident Evil game. Can't say the same about some of the others, particularly like RE3, the OG RE2. RE1 got an awesome remake back on GameCube, and that's been preserved relatively well. Though my friend Blake Boy has said openly that he wished that they would do a remake of Resident Evil 1. So, hey, I hope that his prayers will be answered, because that's something he would love to see. Alex vs. Evil said it's RE4 Remake's better than Village. That's what's up. That's great. Always taking a step up. I think everyone could appreciate that. You're not being a... I would never assume that of you, sir. Butch is just laughing. Oh man, real quick, guys. Real quick, let me give a shout out to the channel members. Really appreciate y'all for being channel members. Shout out to I'm Man Rich the Swag Lord, Hustle Motivate, Our Carry, Get This Work, AV Limits, Alex vs. Evil, Butch Luffy, RC Scott, John Shefford, Orange Hat Reviews, Gray Early, Admiral Teague, Target, Chani, and Words of Paradise. Thank you guys so much for becoming channel members, and thank you so much, Doomslayer for becoming a sub, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Anyway, will you do a watch party of Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy? I mean, so the next time my friend comes over, we actually have to watch those movies together. That's like a guaranteed. I mean, they're very rewatchable, besides, you know, the last one, but I mean, it would be cool to do. You're going to play Resident Evil series from the PS1, PS2, PS3, and Village Gold Edition for the PS4 very soon. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yo, Delta, what's good with you, homie? Good to see you, bro. Appreciate you for coming through. Yo, so this live stream was technically supposed to be yesterday. Apologies for that. It's just one of those things where I have, like, you know, some obligations in terms of job opportunity. So I had to, like, stop everything and get that done. So obviously I'm sure you guys understand that. So I'm sorry that I couldn't go through and have this live stream yesterday. But I mean, hey, there's still a lot to talk about. There's a lot of interesting things to talk about. You're cracking me up with your inputs towards Hunter. I mean, I was only being honest, man. I mean, you know, the dude picked a side. It is what it is, and when he does say something that's like, huh? I'm gonna call him out on it. It is what it is. I mean, let's be real now. The only reason really why, like, you know, Xbox isn't everywhere is really because of PlayStation. If PlayStation allowed Game Pass to be on the PlayStation, then he would accomplish what he set out to do, was put his games everywhere. He has a deal with Nintendo. I don't know how far that's gonna go. It's not like a Nintendo Switch can really run a lot of shit anyway. But you know, for the most part, there's simple ways for Phil Spencer to achieve what he wanted to do, which was having, you know, the Xbox platform be everywhere, and PlayStation's in between that. So I mean, it is what it is. You know, don't cry about it now, but we gonna talk about that in a little bit. But first off, you know, the big thing I do want to stress, really, that we can jump into is rest in peace, Lance Reddick. It's really, you know, it caught us all off guard. He passed away last Friday, and it sucks because you know, in the entertainment space, he was involved in multiple entertainment spaces. He was in film, he was in television, he was in gaming. To me, he has one of the most iconic voices, arguably, in gaming. So, you know, it's one of those things where when Lance Reddick spoke, you knew who it was. You know, like, it's really sad that unfortunately, you know, we lost a great one. And let's pull that up right here. Actually have a little bit of new thing going on here, so bear with me. All right, I think we're good. But yeah, you know, Lance Reddick, actor behind Destiny's Zavala, has died. So he played, all I know is he played the bald dude in Destiny. You know, like, I honestly, I played Destiny, I played Destiny 2. I didn't really keep up with them for the most part. Destiny 1, I really loved that second to last expansion. I was addicted to that shit. That's when Destiny actually got legitimately good. And so, you know, I played the shit out of that expansion. Destiny 2 I played for a little while and got bored of it. I honestly got tired, personally, of of Bungie just having some bullshit take after bullshit take every week, just being egregious with their business practices. So they kind of just chased me off from getting into Destiny after, beating the main story and playing for like a couple weeks. Yo, John, what's good with you, bro? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through, bro. But yeah, what's important here is that we lost I think a dude that was tremendously talented. Tremendously talented. He was amazing in the John Wick movies. He's one of those dudes that's like, in that film, his character was important without necessarily being upfront. Like he would have key moments to the film, to those films, generally speaking, and he's a great addition to anything. Obviously, there's some things that he was involved in, like the Resident Evil TV show, but that show chose to be shit on its own accord. I'm sure he did the best that he could with it, but this is to really, celebrate the man and his achievements, and he's achieved a lot. And it's sad that he died at the age of 60. And they're saying here, according to TMZ, the actor who shot to fame in roles like HBO's The Wire and the John Wick franchise was found dead in his Studio City home Friday morning around 9:30 a.m. local time. His cause of death is currently unclear, but our law enforcement sources say it appears to be natural. Now, I don't know what they mean by natural exactly. I'm assuming that they're saying natural specifically to imply that it was nothing strange like murder or, anything like that. People don't normally die of like natural causes at 60, so I'm sure they don't really know what happened yet, or at least they're not releasing what happened yet, but apparently he just happened to unfortunately pass away. Reddick had been due to appear on the Kelly Clarkson show to promote his role in John Wick 4. Yeah, like, honestly, I really do want to see John Wick 4. It's one of those things where I've been wanted to see John Wick 4. I don't know who I'm going to see it with. I don't like to go to the movies alone. Maybe, worst case scenario, I'll just go alone. But yeah, it's one of those things where I don't want to go alone, but I also really want to see this film. Reddick was best known for in the gaming world for his role as Commander Zavala in the Destiny franchise. The actor played a central role in Destiny 2 since its release and featured heavily in several of its expansions, including most recently Lightfall. So what's cool is Bungie has come out and confirmed that he will be in future expansions of the game, which is cool. Celebrate this dude's greatness and implement all of his work into whatever, implement his work into what is left, unreleased. Like, put it all out there, and it is what it is, because we're not gonna get, obviously we're not gonna get him back. He's not gonna continue to carry the game. So whatever that he did, and make sure to implement it in the game. Scargett said, yeah, decided to stop playing Destiny 2 after the expansion pack. Yeah. Delta said, yeah, I was surprised that they were able to add in the memory of Lance Reddick last minute into John Wick 4 since it happened so recently and so sudden. Yeah, it's great that they managed to do that. But what was cool, honestly, with the Destiny fans, this shit was dope. Like, honestly, I don't think much of the human race, but Destiny fans paying game tribute to Lance Reddick, that's cool, man. That's really sick. And it's one of those things where you do what you can. They definitely got the message out there. And it's rare when you find genuine, like, good moments like this, I feel like. So I wanted to highlight that personally. And overall, it's cool, man. I will say though, I've seen some nasty stuff out there too. One being blaming him specifically for the Resident Evil TV show, which is complete total bullshit. How can you blame an actor for an entire show? He's just simply an actor. And another one here that I saw that was kind of shit was apparently judging him for his life choices in terms of marrying his wife. Like that's pretty shit of this dickhead. So yeah, didn't like that very much personally. That's all we'll say about the movie. Okay, Delta, I appreciate that. John Wick 4, John Wick 4, hell yeah. I really want to see it. I'm hearing it's really good. Delta, since you've seen it, I'm assuming, how would you rank it on the John Wick list? It's great. Yeah, that's dope. Oh, best one since the first one. Okay, I got you. So it's John Wick 1, then John Wick 4. Okay. That's what's up. You heard that John Wick 4 is good according to the fellow barroom podcast buddy Orange Hat. Yeah, I heard that for sure. You would say 1, 4, 2, 3. I would say, man, it's pretty interesting. I thought for sure, that it was going to be a consistent decline from here on out. I mean, the third one, a lot of people give shit to the third one, but I thought it was okay for what it was. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. It had some great fight scenes, don't get me wrong. But I definitely thought something was going to be up with John Wick 4, specifically because the film is like 3 hours long. So that's always a huge concern to me. A lot of the time that means that there is a lot of unnecessary nonsense in a film. But I'm hearing that the film overall is awesome. It's one of the best ones, and Delta agrees with that general consensus. So that's cool. I really do want to see it. Maybe it'll actually be worth the 3 hour indulge at the movie theater. So that's definitely cool. 3 for me was just so much of nothing in the middle of the movie, feels like filler, and there's so much action to the point it felt numb by midway through. Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from on that. Yeah, definitely John Wick 3 deserves some criticism for sure. But it had some cool moments. I think that I can rewatch John Wick 3. Not as often as I would rewatch, 1 or 2, but it's rewatchable. That's great to hear. John Wick 4 is almost 3 hours long, and it feels like they wasted no time. That's great. That is freaking sick. I appreciate that for sure. All right, so let's see. But yeah, I just wanted to, highlight that first and foremost. Rest in peace, Lance Reddick. Really sad to hear this news. And it affects so many people because he's been in so many things across the entertainment space. So, and if anyone says anything bad, and the thing is, it's crazy. It's like, bro, everyone likes Lance Reddick. Like, there's nothing really anybody can truly say that's bad about him that I've seen. I've never seen him do or say anything crazy. He's just been a chill dude, man. So if anybody says some nasty shit about Lance Reddick, I have a fucking problem with you. Because definitely there's a lot of other people out there that do deserve a lot of damn criticism. But yeah. Overall, that's just the first thing I wanted to go through. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but I've been like super into Fortnite lately, like super duper into Fortnite. Like, it has consumed me for a while. It was first, I had to force myself to finish the previous season. So that was kind of a drag. Once this new season started, though, oh man, I've been lost in the sauce, bro. I've been super lost in the sauce. And then eventually, Unreal, Epic just, had a discussion about their plans for the future of Fortnite and Unreal Engine, what is it? 5.2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Dobafett, what's good with you, bro? And things is crazy, man. The landscape of what Fortnite could be is kind of cool, but also kind of scary. And here's an opinion piece by gamesindustry.biz, and they said Fortnite's evolution is delivering on metaverse dreams. And more than just a buzzword to Epic, the evolution of Fortnite is on the cusp of creating a genuine metaverse-esque platform with many millions of daily users. Bro, it's true though. I've played some of these Creation 2.0 things. I was even streaming it yesterday. This game could potentially replace a lot of other games. And some of those games, I'm going to say without naming them specifically, deserve to be replaced. Some of them just genuinely fucking do. Some of them suck. Some of them have been trying to copy Fortnite and failed miserably. Some of them are just have completely lost touch with the user base or with what the franchises themselves, were in the past. Some of them some of these companies have become extremely egregious in their business practices and outright just don't give a shit anymore. They're just so big. They think that they're too big to fail. But one game that I think is too big to fail is Fortnite, especially with Creation 2.0. It's kind of scary because this is kind of true. It could potentially lead to a metaverse situation where you can play as just about any character that you want in any type of game mode that you want. I was literally playing domination third person like Call of Duty on Fortnite Creation. That's what I was playing, and it was addictive. It was good gameplay. The map was good. Obviously it wasn't completely like finished, but overall, straight up play domination, had a lot of fun playing it. My only complaint was that they put it was like a Resident Evil 5 filter over it, which annoyed me. Just as much as it annoyed me in Resident Evil 5 when I tried that game. So overall, they're opening this game for creators to create just about anything. And the user base is insane. And all I have to say is a lot of these games, a lot of these companies they better step up or Fortnite is going to kill them off. You have to get better. A lot of games haven't had that much competition for a long period of time. And Fortnite's saying with our creation that we're planning to do, you could be replaced. That it's one of those things where it's concerning, but I hope that these other companies wake the fuck up and start doing better by us and for the games industry in general. John Wick 3 rewatch was better than the first time for me. Okay, Bush, that's what's up. I'm not saying that John Wick 3 is a bad movie. They're all good, but 3 is the weakest for me. I agree to that for sure. Alex Percival says, I need to watch all the John Wick movies. I have them, and I need to watch Nobody. Yeah. Dope Fett was good with you, bro. Newswick says, then again, Cassie, there are the same people that badmouth Sir Sean Connery, Queen Elizabeth, etc. after they passed away. Yeah, no, it's always that fucking hot take piece of shit that's gonna do and say some crazy stuff like that. It never fails, Or there's people that are genuinely deranged by their political beliefs, and it's like that happens on both sides of the political spectrum. Just try to be self-aware when you're speaking from a political perspective, especially upon someone's death, such as Lance Reddick. Okay, you can criticize, the Resident Evil TV show is garbage. They made Albert Wesker, who's played by Lance Reddick, look like Blade. It made no sense. That's not a part of Lance Reddick's fault at all. So, like, people need to kind of be self-aware of what they're doing and what they're saying, because that take that I saw on a Discord server was mentally deranged and insane. Yo, Words of Paradise, what's good with you, bro? Just jumped in. What have I missed? Hopefully not the RE5 discussion. No, definitely not the RE5 discussion. That's definitely for a little bit later in. The first thing I had to discuss was, rest in peace to Lance Reddick, who, unfortunately passed away at 60, man. It was sad. It's truly, truly sad. And I was saying that we feel this loss across many different entertainment mediums because he was involved in everything, which is awesome. It's great to be involved in everything and challenge yourself in that way, because it's like, you know, doing film, doing television, doing video games, 3 totally different mediums. So, you know, I respect that about Lance Reddick. He definitely challenged himself, and that's, you know, that's definitely cool. And it's sad that, unfortunately, you know, he's no longer with us, but I hope that he's in a better place. Because here sure ain't it. we live with what we got, but here sure ain't it. So I hope wherever he is, he's definitely in a better place. Delta said 343 is moving to the Unreal Engine for future Halo titles. I'm looking forward to seeing what they end up doing with the engine. Yeah, for sure. At that point, there's just no fucking excuses. Either put up or shut up. Honestly, I don't even want to see them continue. I would like someone else, please. Anybody else. That's how I personally feel. I feel as though, you know, 3 times you're out. They had 3 times. I feel like in gaming, having 3 chances to, you know, hit a home run is more than what most companies get. Most companies, they only get 1 chance and then they're done. So it's just crazy how 343 keeps falling upward. I'm sure that they'd be better equated to do something they're more inspired to do. It just doesn't feel like they are connected to Halo in the way that I think that, you know, another company, another development team could be. Yo, Sly Crow, what's up, bro? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Anybody who's, I mentioned earlier, happy Resident Evil 4 remake day. If you're playing that, I hope you're having a great time. I also, if you are playing that and you're actually coming through to hang out with me, I don't take it for granted. Seriously, thank you so much for that. 5 is the best Resident Evil. Oh God. Ugh. 5 is just, you know, I'm gonna hold back for now. Just a little bit of time. Hold on, let me get something to drink real quick. Ziggy is just asleep, like right beside my chair. My chair is like, you know, a computer chair. So he's like wrapped around one of the wheels. Never played the original RE4. I never played it either. I actually bought it recently for like dirt cheap. I wouldn't mind checking it out. Let me move Ziggy because he's just, I'm getting anxiety from him being so close to my computer chair. Hey, little bud. Here. I bought Ziggy this little cat pillow. You know, because Ziggy's extremely spoiled. And I put him like right there because I want him to lay his little head on it. He hasn't done it yet. Damn it. Yes, I've vanished into the background. Oh man. Oh my god. Go gargle some dish soap, Jesus. Well, gargling dish soap is definitely a lot better than gargling some of the dumpster juice some of these fanboys out here choose to gargle. RE6 is the best RE game. I have never played Resident Evil 6 and I'm proud of that. I've never tried it. I'd rather be scared off by the good Resident Evil games than play that game. I've heard and seen things. When Krayta came to Epic Games, I tried it for a bit. Fortnite Creative is nice for beginner devs. Definitely, man. There could be some awesome things that come out of that. They really do. Like, honestly, the games industry as a whole needs to step up, because at this point, Fortnite is threatening to make their games obsolete. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Read my 343 comment. Oh no. Where we at here? Where we at here? Wait, I don't even know. But you have every hot take you can possibly come up with on this stream. I'm done reading your hot takes. Okay? So that's how I feel about that. I played some of the 2.0 creations, and that's what I've been up to, yesterday. And that was awesome. So, like, for me, I've been playing Fortnite, and I'm definitely looking to play some more of this what you call it? Diablo 4. I'd highly down buy Diablo 4 day one. I'm gonna wait till that shit is like $30. I mean, it's not bad. It's just the business practice alone is a turnoff to me. When you have a battle pass connected to a full price game, the price of your game instantly declines massively for me. That's how I feel, and I've been very consistent on that front, even though I think Diablo 4 is pretty nice. I already tried it. I played it for about 2 hours earlier on my PlayStation. Because I won't download Battle.net. They can kiss my ass with that. I had to, like, sign into my Battle.net account, which was a pain in the ass in itself, really, but I refused to download that launcher on my PC. So I played it on a PS5. It was pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It definitely it definitely feels a lot like Diablo 3. It looks a little bit, I don't know, it's like it's choosing to be, I guess, sort of less cartoony. I don't know if it's necessarily better looking than Diablo 3, because I think Diablo 3 had a decent art style from what I remember. It's been a while. Is Diablo 3 on Steam? Hold on. I'm curious now. Still not, because I want Diablo 2 remake to come to Steam, because I would play it. It is what it is, I guess. No Blizzard games are on Steam. Yeah, I'm hoping that changes soon, specifically because the Call of Duties just recently came over. Stop avoiding Steam, okay? I prefer to buy everything on Steam. I used to buy things on GOG, but, that company kind of just... They said a lot of things in the past, and then they reversed a lot of things from the past. So at this point, I don't really care so much for GOG like I used to. But I do have a little bit of a library on there, too. Yo, Verge, Brizzle, what's good with you, bro? Good to see you. You're hoping with the acquisition that we do away with Battle.net and put Diablo on Steam. I agree with that, dude. And since you brought it up, let's talk about that. Because and normally I like to avoid Activision Blizzard discussions. I avoid it at all costs, really. I do try to anyway. And that's because it's just really annoying for the most part. I just want to see the answer at this point. But we got some news here that I think is important. That's gonna pretty much, it's like the nail in the coffin that really goes to show what's going to happen. That's Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard King will result in lessening of competition, confirms the CMA. So the competition of markets authority has now reversed its position from the one stated in February, where it raised concerns regarding console gaming and cloud gaming. As far as console gaming is concerned, the CMA states that it has received a significant amount of new evidence in response to its original provisional findings. And the thing about that is that it's pretty much clear at this point that Microsoft's going to do whatever they have to do in order to get this acquisition through. They are willing to move mountains. They're willing to make all the deals that they need to. They don't care, just as long as this deal goes through. And honestly, they are working harder for it than Sony is working to, reverse it. Sony's just bitching and moaning. And at the end of the day, both companies look like dickheads. I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't look like two children. They both definitely do look like two children, but Microsoft is making that effort and reaching out to whoever they need to in order to say, look, like, we're not trying to, create a monopoly here, even though I think that Microsoft's already a monopoly in the grand scheme of things. We're not trying to create a monopoly here. We just want to acquire this, and it is what it is. Only Sony is the one standing in the way, which honestly, that's really what it is at this point. But this is a big deal because, the CMA in February was like, nah, this ain't looking right. And now they're saying, actually, everything looks clear on this front in regards to competition. There's still going to be competition around, and it's true. I mean, at the end of the day, I've been with this particular deal. It's one of those things where it's like, damn if you do and damn if you don't. I'm overall, I just think Activision, they need to get rid of their leadership. They need to clean house with a lot of stuff at Activision. I think that Microsoft acquiring them would lead to that. I think that Activision sticking around is a nasty ink smudge on the gaming industry, particularly because of the history of Activision and Blizzard. Bobby Kotick is a piece of shit. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything here. There's a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of them still work there, but there's been some heinous things in Activision. Some heinous ass people. So to me, if Activision got scooped up by Microsoft and Microsoft guts, that nasty stench from that company, I think that's a good thing. But here's the thing. With this decision being made, with Microsoft acquiring Activision, Microsoft is an enormous mega corporation, and they're acquiring what is arguably the biggest publisher in gaming. So one of the biggest mega corporations ever acquiring biggest publisher in gaming. That means there is no future deal that is off the table. If you have the money, you could scoop it up. That's literally what it is at this point. This acquisition establishes that. And there's really nothing that any of these other, the CMA, all these countries, there's nothing that they could say to dispute that. If another company wants to, scoop up all these other, devs or publishers, and there's a problem here, like there's some sort of dispute, all they have to do is point to this. Well, you let this happen. So that's my, where I feel as this isn't necessarily a good thing, because I'm against consolidation in a sense that, when it comes to entertainment, consolidation has played out in other forms of entertainment before. Look at Hollywood. Back in the 80s, there was, like 40 production companies for film. Now there's only 4 major fucking companies, major production companies that make film. They've consolidated. That's why all the films literally feel the fucking same. That's why we get the same shit. That's why when, one actor is blacklisted from Hollywood, from one of the major corporations, from Disney, for an example, the chances are they aren't getting work anywhere else. So you have to fall in line in Hollywood. That's why we probably see a lot of these actors and actresses say the most fucking retarded, heinous bullshit that goes along with what is deemed acceptable in Hollywood. Because, hey, if I get blacklisted from this one company, chances are I'm getting no work at all. So standing up for what you truly believe in Hollywood isn't really a thing. Because if you actually do the right thing and it isn't what is, socially acceptable within Hollywood. And trust me, Hollywood's just full of entire degeneracy and garbage and fucking the worst human beings, I think, on planet Earth in some instances. If you don't fall in line with them, then your chances are not going to have any work at all. That's because there's only 4 mega companies that you have to suck the cock of. That's just what it boils down to, guys. So the reason why I don't like the concept of consolidation is because we've seen it play out in Hollywood, and it hasn't been a good thing. It's led to Hollywood stagnation. It's led to all these films just feeling like the same bullshit. It's had a negative effect overall, and that's what I fear with gaming. I already feel like gaming is becoming soulless. I already feel like all the games feel the same. Another thing too, I mean, we're losing all these great visionaries in gaming. The same thing happened with Hollywood. In the 70s, we had all these great visionaries, George Lucas, Martin Scorsese, dude that did The Godfather, all these great visionaries that came up in Hollywood. Now the only visionaries that are really like put on a pedestal in Hollywood is only the ones that are given that ability, that green light to do so, and most of them are shit. So it's just fake. It's just a machine that chooses who to push when they want to. Actors and creators can't make it their own way. It's so hard to do that now, just because you had to adhere to these very few companies. Yes, thank you, Words of Paradise, Francis Ford Coppola. You can't make it just based on how much more talented or how much more better you are than the rest. You're suppressed naturally because you have to answer to a small group of companies. That's what's happening in gaming as well, and that's what's going to further happen. So I'm concerned with consolidation, even though I don't necessarily think that Microsoft themselves are trying to do anything underhanded. This just sets the table for what is going to happen within the next 5 to 10 years in gaming. So that's how I feel personally about it. Yo, Oz, what's good with you, bro? Rocky says, I got a new PS3 Super Slim with 500 gigabytes. Hey, that's what's up, bro. Super Slim is pretty nice. I mean, I don't necessarily like the whole, slide feature for the disc tray, but hey, at least it has a disc tray, right? Can't say much for that last PSP that came out. You went to Disc Replay last week. Yeah, I picked up the retro PS3 games. Saints Row the Third, Prototype 1 are not looking too good. What I can say is I still need to try. So I bought Prototype 1 on off Steam for dirt cheap. They had a spring sale. So I picked it up. Haven't played it yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it'll play better on PC than, unfortunately, it'll play on your PS3. So Slycro says, Diablo on PC seems to have memory leak issues. Got it for PS5 too. Okay. Well, I just refuse to even touch Battle.net. So naturally, I played the beta on PS5. Played pretty damn good for what it was. Excuse me. Man, don't be calling PS3 games retro. We ain't there yet. I mean, we're close if we ain't there yet, man. It's crazy to think. It's crazy to think that the PlayStation 4 is a decade old this November. That's insane, bro. That is crazy. Time is just passing by. Enjoy your life while you have it, guys. Delta says, yep, that's a fair take. Yeah, man, it's just when it comes down to it, I'm concerned. I just want gaming as a whole to continue to be seen as an art form. I feel like that is disappearing more than ever before. And it sucks. I'm not one of these people that wants to pretend to talk epic economics and all this bullshit. I don't even like to talk about this Bethesda, this acquisition of the uh the Activision Blizzard deal. I don't like to talk about it because I don't give a shit about it. I'd rather be into the games, discuss the games and all that. And a lot of gamers, I think, are losing sight of that. They're losing sight of it heavy. But let's continue. Let me see. And that having considered this new evidence carefully together with the wide range of information gathered before those provisional findings were issued, it was concluded that overall the transaction will not substantially hinder competition, at least as far as console gaming is considered in the United Kingdom. I mean, at the end of the day, I think that the one positive from this is that other companies will have to step it up. I think that this Activision Blizzard deal will convince Sony that there is pressure here, that they do need to step up, because Sony has conducted itself for the past 3 years, and honestly, even more than that, like they have no competition. And for the most part, I don't think Xbox has been good competition for PlayStation. That's why PlayStation, I'm not as interested in PlayStation anymore, because they aren't fighting for my dollar. I thought that they would really step it up just because I think the PS5 is a great piece of technology for its price point. And I was really interested in it, and I invested in it early. And, since then, PlayStation has just been dicking around with my money and my investment. So I don't really care as much about PlayStation as I did before. And I'm hoping that this acquisition will convince them that they do have competition and they need to earn my money. And the article goes on to say this is a hugely significant and positive development for Microsoft that initially encountered clear objection from the CMA. This finding, however, only relates to the console space and not in relation to the supply of cloud gaming services. So yes, while I think that this is an important, nail in the coffin, there's still things that they do need to convince these organizations that is not going to be a problem. The arguments for which are more speculative in nature and something which Microsoft will be much more relaxed about complying with, having made several moves to assuage regulators' fears with agreements with NVIDIA, amongst others. So personally, I don't give a fuck about cloud gaming. I really just don't. If gaming goes to cloud gaming and that's like the main course of gaming, I'm a retro gamer. I've already said I will be a retro fucking only gamer when that happens. So them talking about cloud gaming, that's the shit that I don't give a fuck about. That's the stuff that makes me want to vomit just thinking about. I hate that entire concept. And you know what? It's a very subjective opinion. I understand that. But the moment cloud gaming does perhaps eventually become the standard of gaming, I'm fucking done. I'm out. So what does this mean for the deal as a whole? This development pretty much secures the approval of the CMA and is very unlikely that the deal will be contested in the cloud gaming front in any way that materially impacts the proposed merger. I agree with that, because it's one of those things where it's like, well, why wouldn't you just, stomp this out now instead of continuing to kick the can down the road? This will no doubt also send signals to European regulators who have already held a more favorable view of the CMA than the CMA originally did, in the writer's opinion. This is just the beginning of what will see the deal gain momentum and eventually passing Microsoft's guesstimates last year of this deal concluding in the summer of this year may now be pretty spot on. So yeah, I think that, it's going to go through. If he didn't, they would have probably raised more issues with it prior. But yeah. It's just, honestly, I've been, very silently eating my popcorn while watching these PlayStation fanboys fucking lose their shit. They've been acting like deranged fucking lunatics the past week. It's been like laughable. They deserve to be laughed at. It's been pretty bad. It's been pretty bad. Yo, Cozy, what's up? She said I'm like 80% in the cloud. And you know what? I don't think that that's a bad thing. Get it how you can get it. You know, I think that there's a reason for everything to exist in terms of that with gaming. But I would rather die than indulge in that. That's just my stance personally. If that's the best way you get your hands on video games, I ain't mad at you for it, man. At the end of the day, I just want gamers to game. Alfred Hitchcock, Stanley Kubrick, etc. Damn straight. Waiting for BioShock with Keanu Reeves on Netflix. Hope it's good, but we saw what they did with Resident Evil. Yo, what's up, salty buttered bags? I forgot that was even a thing. So thank you for reminding me of that. Lobo, what's good with you? You're enjoying your skinny pop? Of course, I love skinny pop, man. You can eat like a ton of that shit and gain no weight. So super dub on that front. It's a good snack. Popcorn in general is a really good snack. 16 in the chat, but 10 likes. YouTube spies convert and hit the like button. Thank you, salty butterbags. If you can, hit the like button, guys. Really appreciate you guys for coming through. You know, it means a lot. I know Friday nights are busy nights, you know, so I totally get if some people can't come through, but I appreciate you guys for being here, man. Seriously, don't think that it doesn't go unappreciated, because it really does. Let's bring this chat over here real quick. Let me just catch up, because I can't see, honestly. I'm losing my vision. It's terrible. I'm slowly coming to terms with it. Words of Paradise says, I'd argue talking about it now makes sense. Think about Disney in relation to Marvel. The acquisition seems fine at first. Then look whatever happens a decade later. Yeah, I mean, I agree to that totally. I think that, you know, I don't know Microsoft, man. I think that they just want to be everywhere, and that's really their goal. And by being everywhere on everything, they also have to, you know, allow their competition to exist. That's why I was saying, like, you know, the only thing stopping Microsoft from having, you know, Game Pass on everything is really their competition that won't allow it to be on everything. They just want to reach out to all places. So that's their goal for now. That could always change. Or once they achieve that goal, they can go for something far more sinister. You never know. But there are definitely other companies out there that I think are very much more cutthroat at this point in time. Companies' goals change. Right now, I don't necessarily think Microsoft's goal is very sinister by any means. It could become that. So focusing on just the games may turn out short-sighted. I agree. They make movie games. What, Sony? Positive development, you're right. I think the acquisition won't really change much. I would hope that that's the case, Cozy. But in terms of, I just think that there's a lot of companies out here that have a lot of influence, have a lot of money. And I think that a lot of them are going to resort to buying up a lot of different stuff because they're seeing Microsoft do it. They're seeing Microsoft doing it. They're seeing Sony doing it. A lot of these other, you know, big third-party publishers are looking at this shit like, we better grab up what we can for now. You know, so there's always Tencent out there. I think Tencent is extremely problematic in terms of what they got going on. So who knows? Like, it's one of those things where if Microsoft doesn't get Activision, what if Tencent ends up going for it? That could be bad. That could be very bad because I think Tencent is a more sinister company. at least with their current plan. It's time to jump off the ship. Entertainment nowadays, we gotta have something, man. If not, we'll be driven crazy. Then we'd have to listen to politics all day. Who wants to do that? You'll stick to Steam and my physical copies. Yes! 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 100% agreed. Steam and physical media, baby. I said I will always be into consoles as long as physical media still exists on the consoles. That is my one stipulation. After that, if physical media goes with consoles, there's no reason for the console to exist. I'm done. At that point, I'm out. Straight up. Delta says, yeah, I'm not a fan of cloud gaming either, but at least it's an option. I'll stick to PC gaming. Exactly, that's how I feel, man. I just want gamers to game. That's really what it is. As a fan of video games, I want gamers to experience games however they can get it. If that's how you could get it through cloud gaming, you got to play on your phone, of all things. To me, it's like the thought of that makes me want to vomit. But some people, that's their best option. And I ain't mad at them for it, you know? Do your thing, man. They want to have the equivalent of Office and gaming. You're watching. I'm watching on 2 separate accounts, just like double. Oh man, where's Paradise? I appreciate that, bro. You totally don't have to, man, but I appreciate it. It means a lot. You're worried about Amazon? I'm worried about Amazon too, because they're not a primarily gaming focused company by any means, you know? You're grateful that Google didn't buy up anything before Stadia was closed. Yeah. That's something I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. You can give me a Google Stadia thingy controller and whatever for free. I wouldn't take it. I'm stubborn, man. I'm as stubborn as a mule. I'm as stubborn as they come, really. Last thing I want is Facebook, Google, or Tencent grabbing Activision. I agree with that for sure. That's how I feel, you know? It's like there are worse things out there. Microsoft could become one of those worst things out there, but as of right now, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I don't want to see Activision continue to go on as they were, because that is disgusting. It's atrocious. I think the way that they run their company is bullshit. Anyone want to admit to buying Forspoken? I didn't think so. Oh man, I've lost a lot of friends just because of that game. Just because I said I'm gonna trash it because I don't like bad ports of games. I think it's unacceptable. And Square Enix is like the worst when it comes to PC ports. Like they have released garbage port after garbage port of games that don't even deserve their price points. So fuck Square on that front. And it's a shame because I like a lot of their games. There's a lot of their games that I really want. But sometimes they're just absolutely shameful. And they should feel ashamed. They should feel ashamed for releasing Forspoken in the state that it was released in. Music says, Cassie, the only visionary left is us. I'm not a good visionary, bro. I'm not at all creative, man. Shout out to Cozy, who's making her own game. She's the visionary here, okay? I give all the props to Cozy. That one thing I do know about her game is that it's gonna have fishing, so that's awesome. RA4 is the first new game I've bought since Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That's crazy to think. And not for nothing, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'm a Pokemon fan. I love. Look what I've been playing a lot of lately. That is the actual copy on my analog pocket. I love Pokemon. I think Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is a pile of shit. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. Just the way that it looks is so depressing. Game Freak as a developer has just been so depressing. The last Pokemon game I bought, I think it was Arceus. I don't know which one came out first. Was it Arceus or the remake of Diamond Pearl? I had Pokemon Diamond. I thought that was pretty good because it was small scale in terms of its graphics. And I think that I don't even think it was Game Freak that made that game, which is probably why it was good. I didn't even play Arceus for a long time. I tried to so bad because it's like, oh my god, you know, they're finally trying to take Pokemon, like, you know, push it forward, and then it's like you play it, oh my god, this game looks like fucking Crayola water painting in the most ugliest way possible, and the performance is dog shit. I can't. I'm too privileged for this shit. Cassie, a visionary, but her vision is 2,500. I'm dead. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, sir. I can't sit here and deny. Oh, they sucked. I dropped them after a week. I'm not defending them. Yeah. It's sad. Game Freak just continues to make an absurd amount of money for delivering shit. Throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. That depresses the hell out of me. It looks like a Game Boy. Pocket Card Jockey is my favorite Game Freak game in the last 10 years. Okay. I thought he was making a joke about Steam and physical copies, but on Steam you own the games. Yeah. You do actually, you know, you own the key. It's one of those things where I honestly have resorted to buying a lot of games twice. Because it's like, I'll buy it on Steam because I want to play it on PC, and then I'll pick up a physical copy because I want to own the physical copy. That's just what, at this point, that's just the way I want to have it, so it is what it is. But let's see. Let us continue on this bullshit that is fanboyism. The salt must flow, y'all. Hold on. Because we have to, it's not just this that has come out. It's more so people bitching about a game not coming to their platform that they didn't even want in the first place. And that is Redfall. Because what have you been hearing for like the past 2 years from PlayStation fanboys? Oh man, Redfall looks like the typical PlayStation fanboy response. Oh man, Redfall looks like dog shit anyway. I don't want that game. I don't want that piece of crap game. I'd rather play this other stuff. That's what we've been hearing forever. And that's the truth. They think it's dog shit because it's not being promoted by PlayStation. It's a Microsoft game. It's a Bethesda game that Bethesda is now owned by Microsoft. So they've written that game off. And it doesn't even matter if they actually do like it. They're going to write it off either way. But then it came out that Arcane has confirmed that Redfall was originally in development for the PS5, but plans changed when Microsoft acquired the studio's owner. So basically, there was supposed to be a PS5 version of Redfall, but Microsoft bought Bethesda, so that version of Redfall got canned. And, you know, I've been very consistent on this when it comes to exclusives. When it boils down to it, and I've said this even when I was more of a PlayStation fan back in the day, I've always said that, because, you know, you had those Xbox dudes that was just like, it's anti-consumer, to, you know, for PlayStation to keep their exclusive games that they've developed exclusive to their console. It's anti-consumer. And even back then, I was like, no, it's not. It's their decision on whether they want to port their games to other platforms or not. They don't have to do that. They don't have to be obligated to do that. At the end of the day, if you want to play the fucking games, buy the platform that the games are on. Invest into the platform the games are on. There's no excuse. It's not like this is suddenly a new thing entirely. It has always been the thing when it comes to gaming. If you want to play the games and that game is on this particular platform, you have to go own that platform in order to play it. And now more than ever, you have more options when it comes to Microsoft than ever before. You can do the whole cloud gaming bullshit. You could buy the Xbox Series X or S. The S version is cheap. The S console is cheap as shit. Or you can invest in PC, or you can do cloud gaming on the Steam Deck. There's more options than ever before. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares, you fucking losers on PS5. I'm sorry, it's so laughable. And they're whining about this. Oh, they canceled the PlayStation version of the game. Yes, because Microsoft owns Bethesda now. Get the fuck over it. Get the fuck over it already. If you care, go fucking buy a PC. Go buy a Steam Deck. Go buy a fucking Xbox. Other than that, I don't want to hear your fucking bitching and moaning. I'm tired of it, you fucking crybaby losers. You guys think you're so fucking privileged just because PlayStation had no competition last generation. That shit is fucking over with, apparently. And you know what? I go, and you know what? I'm watching you fucking idiots, the Xbox fanboys and the PlayStation fanboys fight with each other. And I'm here on my PC like, ha, bitch, I secured the reality. I'm gonna get all of the games. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have the problem that you're having right now, PlayStation fanboys. Oh yeah, once Game Freak went to 3D, they just could not, they could never step up to that. They're still crumbling when it comes to 3D. Exactly, Delta. What are exclusives? I've just secured the reality that I don't have to deal with that word anymore. I don't have to fucking deal with it. And you know what? Over the course of many generations, I never had to deal with it. You know why? Because I owned every fucking thing. Because I'm not a cheap fuck. And a lot of people constantly say, man, some people can't afford to have all the consoles, but you manage to have all the fucking games. You have to sacrifice. It just is what it is. If you really want to play those games on an Xbox, you could save up to buy a Series S, and then you can get Game Pass. If that's how you want to go about it. That's probably the cheapest way to go about it. You spend, what, like $350 for a Series S? That's reasonable. It is what it is. If you don't want the games, don't sit here and fucking pretend that you want to play Redfall. You don't want to play Redfall. You never did. Stop fucking whining that it's not coming to the PS5 because you never would have bought it anyway. What do you want developers to waste resources? Because you don't want to play it. I'm going to try Redfall. I got Game Pass on PC. It's going to have crossplay, I'm assuming. I'll play with my friends on Xbox. I love crossplay, man. I think it's awesome. I get to play with my friends everywhere. When I jump on, and I used to not always be in support of crossplay because I was small-minded back then. I was a fucking PlayStation primary gamer. I was an idiot back then. I was a total buffoon. I thought that who really needs crossplay? Crossplay is great, man. Fortnite, I could play Fortnite on people on PlayStation with people on PC, on Xbox, on PlayStation. At any point, we can all get together and play games, or on the Switch, or the mobile if you want to. Like, it's amazing. But I mean, like, you got these fanboys that are so fucking small brain. Look at this fucking dickhead right here. Look at this fucking dickhead. So, got news of the UK CMA. And JTech TV over here with his bitch-made voice. If this deal goes through, Sony should tell Bungie to cancel the Xbox version of Destiny 3 and their new IP. Oh man, if this dude was actually, you know, smart, well, he probably wouldn't be laughed at the way he is in modern day. I still laugh at him. Mind you, this dude, JTech, I caught him unblocking me many a times. And I would go out of my way when I would see him on my timeline to say, "Hey, why did you unblock me? Can you please block me again?" That was even before the whole bullshit with him sending unsolicited, dick pics to women in DMs, before that was even a thing, because I always knew this dude's a clown. And he's honestly just nothing but to be laughed at. And this shit, it's just people like this, fanboys in the community, and it goes both ways. Like, Xbox fanboys are fucking mental, man. As are PlayStation fans. They hate each other so much, they want to take games away from gamers. That's literally what these fucking dickheads want to do. JTech is a clown for this. This is what PlayStation fanboys are all about, taking games away. And at this point, it's just like, this is not gamer speak, man. I absolutely hate the concept of cloud gaming. I fucking hate it. But Cozy over here says, bro, that's how I get my gaming in the most. And you know what? That's awesome. I don't have a problem with that, because I want you to play games. I want you to have fun gaming. This fucking dickhead, I don't want to take games away because I'm upset. I'm butthurt. I'm butthurt that my platform of choice has competition now. Shit is fucking laughable, bro. It's fucking laughable. But guess what? Even if Bungie does that, I don't have a problem. If I want to play Destiny 3, or if I want to play their new IP that they have, I'll get that bitch on PC, baby. You know why? Because PC Master Race. JTech. Motherfucker that's still butthurt that PC getting all his fucking games. PC over here securing JTech's future PlayStation releases. Lobo says JTech is an anti-gamer. He certainly is. Look at this fucking clown. What a fucking loser. You have to be such a loser to have this state of mind, that you just want to take it to Xbox fanboys so much that you want to take games away from gamers. Then you wonder why gamers are looked down upon, because of motherfuckers like this. Xbox fanboys are petty and hateful. They definitely are, man. It's both ways. I'm open. I see with both my eyes. I follow both sides of these motherfuckers on my main account, because I want to keep myself grounded at all times. That means that I have to follow people that I do like, and also I don't like. It just comes with the territory. I want to be knowledgeable, and I want to stay grounded. So that requires not living in an echo chamber, like a lot of these assholes want to do. A lot of assholes like this. But then again, JTech kind of put himself in that position, for sending nudes to people. Allegedly. Oh, shit. Neozoic says 2D Pokemon games have more charm than 3D games, mainly because 2D games leaves your imagination than the 3D one. Honestly, I wish they would go back to 2D. If they said that they're going back to 2D, or like their next game is going to be 2D, that'd be the most excited I've been for a game-free game in a really long time. And then we also had this situation in regards to Hellblade 2. Hellblade. Mind you, and here's where I have to dig into Microsoft's ass. Because there ain't no fanboying over here, okay? I have a problem with all these companies, man. A lot of people, look, Hellblade 2 got shown off before the Xbox Series consoles even came out. That was supposed to be the selling point. That was the main game to showcase what the Series X console in particular can do. We still ain't got that fucking game yet. Not that I'm looking forward to it, to be honest with you. Hellblade 1 was extremely boring. Didn't finish it. Have no interest in ever returning to that game. That game just puts me the fuck to sleep. the games that are just generally like that. Like honestly, that's why I don't really bother playing God of War games. I like the whole father son aspect of the newer God of War games, but they still have that same gameplay model of here's some action combat. Then you're gonna do fucking puzzles for like 2 hours. I'm good on that shit, man. That shit puts me asleep. It doesn't matter how pretty your game looks. It doesn't. And it's like, oh, Ninja Theory's offered a new look at Hellblade's 2's facial animation tech. If the game is not fun, I don't care how advanced the game looks. And they did actually show the facial animation. To be fair, it is impressive. I think it's impressive technology. Don't get me wrong, but once again, like it's all about graphics. Substance is not put in the forefront. Gameplay is not put in the forefront. This is something I expect from a video game that's trying to be a film. Here's the thing. There's two types of games that are like that. There's one type of game that I like, which is actual I call them interactive movies. That's stuff like Heavy Rain, Quantic Dreams games, or the Telltale games. Like those are games that say, yes, we are interactive movies. Then you have shit like, The Last of Us and God of War and stuff like that. That's like, we are action games, but really our games play out like film, which I don't really like. I mean, I like The Last of Us, don't get me wrong. There's some aspects I like of this with other games. There's some of those games that I do like. But overall, most of those games particularly bore me because you're being advertised as an action game. Why do you continue to try and be a fucking a film? I just don't like that personally. It bores me. I'm super bored. So I'd rather have interactive movies than so-called action games that are actually just wannabe movies. Cozy says, I'd rather a sequel to Enslaved Odyssey to the West. I think I know what you're talking about. That's like an older title, right? Like a 360 title, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe even older than that. You're being a douche. Lobo, how are you being a douche? What have you done, sir? Have you committed any crimes here? I just need to know. Alex Receval said, God of War Ragnarok is vomit worthy. I don't think it's vomit worthy. I think that there's some aspects of it that are truly awesome. But overall, it's the same thing as God of War 2018, where I didn't finish God of War 2018. I was bored to fucking death playing that game. And it's a shame because there's some segments that are genuinely awesome. It's one of those things where I want to like God of War 2018, but I can't. I've tried and I can't get into it. So yeah, where the fuck is the game, Microsoft? Where's the game? I'm tired of the whole, we're going to show you how good our graphics are. We're going to show you how good our graphics are, but the good graphic games don't come out on Series X. All we get is cartoony looking games. And I don't mind those cartoony looking games, but a lot of those games end up being mid anyway. So it's like a double-edged sword, guys. Microsoft, just come out with your games. And they're working on it. I think they're doing a better job of that this year than, last year especially, and the year before that, and the past 7 years before that. So I think they're doing better than they have been since 360. But keep it up. And we need to keep putting pressure on them. Keep putting pressure on these companies. Because the moment you say, oh man, this company won, that's when shit goes downhill again. Alex Percival said, I wish the new God of War games did what DMC5 did. I wouldn't mind that. I'd be more interested. DMC5's fun as fuck. I don't like that it takes forever for you to finally play as Dante, but other than that, it's awesome. Let me see. Let me make sure I got this shit right here. Oh man, I forgot to show you guys this with the whole Fortnite thing. I'm such a dick. Fuck it, I'm gonna show it anyway, just because. Because it's like, look, so I suck. I'm sorry. See, I have all these tabs up, and you can't see them, but I have all these tabs up. Ooh, where does it cut off? Oh, there it does. Okay. I was curious, but I have all these tabs up, and I didn't arrange them properly because I'm an idiot. But yeah, this is what I'm saying when it comes to Fortnite possibly cannibalizing other games. Because when you look at, this is the remaster of GTA 5, right? It looks boring. It looks lazy. I'd rather play the original. I'd rather play the original modded or something. Shit, I'd even pull out my PS2 copy. And this is Fortnite's version of Grove Street. Fortnite. Shitty $60 GTA definitive edition Fortnite. Y'all see what I mean by this stuff? Fortnite is going to destroy a bunch of games. And people actually show, like, video of this shit. Like, here we go, man. Hold on. Let me turn this down a bit. It's kind of loud. Sorry about that. But this is Grove Street, bro. In Fortnite. In fucking Fortnite, yo. That's sick, dude. And this is only a taste of what they can do with Creative 2.0. And this is what Rockstar gives us. Well, technically not Rockstar, but 2K. This is the bullshit that 2K gives us for $60 fucking dollars. Depressing. The Last of Us TV show was not so bad, but there is nothing so bad as something that is not so bad. Yeah, I mean, there's some things that I like about the show. But it's just like, why does it exist? There's no artistic necessity for the game. I'm not here to be a PlayStation advocate. I'm not here to talk about Sony's financials. I'm here as a gamer saying, oh my god, I keep burping. Why does this TV show exist when it does nothing particularly better than the game, when the acting isn't that good, where the story is just okay, skips over a lot of great things, and it's boring? I think that's the shame of it all. It's boring. Now, if they would have did this show, if they would have did The Last of Us TV show, and they were saying, like, you know, it's kind of hard to outdo, you know, what they themselves deemed as the greatest video game story of all time. It's hard to outdo that. So we're going to be as bombastic as and really aim for the stars with this TV show and try to make it the best TV show ever in terms of competing with the game. And if they failed epically, I could have lived with that. At least I could have seen, man, they were trying to go, they were really trying to give it their all, and it didn't work out. But I appreciate them for trying. It just doesn't feel like they tried very hard. Really, the blueprint was there, and they followed what little of it they wanted to, and just collect paycheck and keep moving. To me, I'm a gamer that appreciates gaming for its artistic perspective. And I feel the same way about that with film, the same thing about that with, you know, television, with these mediums. That's my perspective. I'm not here to fucking say, like, oh, it's a dub because they made money or this and that. I don't care about that. I don't care. I mean, I want to see something that I think is genuinely good make money, but that's not like a gamer or a viewer's perspective. Like, I just want something that's good, that's worth my time, that I think it transcends a medium. And The Last of Us TV show doesn't do that. It's just okay. It's okay to mediocre. That's really what it is. Neozoic asks, Cassie, how do you feel about people's counter argument of what about video games and other media such as movies that has too much action with no slowdowns? I mean, to me, I think that the way gaming is now, it's so annoying. It's so annoying because more than ever, the games want to control you. That's not what games are supposed to do. Like, that's what pisses me off about a lot of modern games. They want to make you walk in these segments. They want to make you do certain things. And it's like, I'm put in this world and I want to explore the world at my own pace and do what I want in this world. You're not supposed to be telling me what to do. So I don't need slowdowns. I need gameplay and I need cutscenes to bring in story. Everything else in between is a fucking waste. It's a waste of time. If you want to have like segments that really lend to, like pushing like, characters together more, I mean, you could do that, but in a way that doesn't restrict me from actually playing the game. Like, for me, like, I have a problem with a lot of Sony exclusive games because they all follow the same mantra of we're going to try and play out like a film. Except one of my favorite last generation games, which is Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima is fucking amazing. It does that thing where it gives you this story, it presents the story, then it says, here, play. And that's just simply what I want. That's what I'm excited for you to just let me play the game. That is why Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games last generation. When it's gameplay time, they let you play. And they let you play for long periods of time. Like, I'm there, like, role-playing. I'm in the zone of this world. I'm taking in this world. They take away as much markers on screen shit as possible. That's like in order to get to an objective, you have to follow the wind. So they avoid putting like a bunch of shit on the screen. Like, that's what I love. I love immersion, where a game isn't controlling me, which is taking me out of that immersion. That's what a lot of like your Uncharted's do, your The Last of Us do. They control you and choose and let you do things only when it feels like letting you do things. And because of that, it takes away the entire concept of immersion for me. So that's just how I feel about that. Like when games are pushing the graphical limits, like a Plague Tale Requiem, the photo mode in Hellblade 1 was fire. That's what's up. I think that there are some awesome games out there that are both great gameplay-wise and absolutely gorgeous. Devil May Cry 5 is a great example of that. Devil May Cry 5 looks amazing. And the gameplay, beautiful. Beautiful. Show exists so doucheman can rehab Abisaurus and reissue The Last of Us 2. Yeah, pretty much, I guess. It's just crazy because I called this shit from the beginning, bro. I wouldn't say from the beginning, but I was saying how this show, season 1, just feels so rushed. And I felt as though that they wanted to rush through season 1 because where they really want to get to is season 2. That's where their true passion is at. For whatever reason have you. If a bunch of fucking white soy boy dudes have a kink for big buff chicks or whatever have you. But I really felt as though from pretty early on that they just wanted to rush through the season to get to season 2. And then they're saying, yeah, Last of Us Part 2, gonna be more than one season. We assure you that. And I'm just like, oh, I'm not even surprised. A lot of people are kind of shocked by that. I'm like, nah, not even surprised. Yo, Zeno, what's up with you, bro? Good to have you here. Good to see you as always, fam. We're just having a good time, man. Just talking about all sorts of shit in the gaming community. We dumped a little on losers like JTech. We dumped a little bit on PlayStation, a little bit on Microsoft, a little bit on fanboys. Alex Receeble says gameplay over everything. I agree to that. I mean, I agree to that, but like, it's one of those things where I'm okay with games that aren't heavily, like, that aren't gameplay oriented, just as long as they properly, like, you know, explain what they are. Like, for me, I love Heavy Rain. It plays like a film. I'm completely fine with that. But that's because it tells you that that is the game that it is. And if you're into that, then you indulge. If you're not, move on to something else. Whereas, like, in Uncharted, for example, Uncharted, it's an action game. But the game holds your hand. It forces you to do all this shit. It constricts you from being able to have your experience, which I don't like. It wants to be Indiana Jones, and I get it. I think that it's great inspiration to be Indiana Jones. Because Indiana Jones, while I'm not the biggest fan in the world by any means, I don't even really watch those films. I think it's cool. I think it's action-packed in general. Like, I think that's a cool thing to aim for. I think that great things have come from aiming to be inspired by Indiana Jones. It's the same shit with Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider was inspired by Indiana Jones. It's great. They make for some entertaining games. Pop on Ratchet and Clank on the PS2 Masterclass is how to do both. The cutscenes do their job exactly as they should, but other than that, you're free as a bird to do what the fuck ever. Exactly. That's what I want. Like, honestly, games were just made better back then. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel personally. For me, downtime is to either walk around as I please or cutscene. Like, I had plenty of downtime in Ghost of Tsushima. I played that game for a fucking long ass time. And there was times where I was just walking through that world, slow trotting on my horse, just pretending I was Jubei from Ninja Scroll. Just slow trotting through that world and taking it in as I went by, playing at my own leisure. But guess what? I was playing. The game wasn't playing me. That's what I like. Hey, Sailor Mercury, what's up? Good to see you. Sailor Mercury says I like both Indiana Jones and Lara Croft. I don't blame you. I was hearing that Indiana Jones, that movie probably ain't coming out from what I heard. Slycrow says, Neil Druckmann says he didn't want many infected encounters and only focused on drama. That made for, like, the most mundane show that you can possibly aim to be. From a perspective, see, this is why, like, when I was dissecting the first episode of The Last of Us, I brought up how well they introduced the threat. And I thought that was extremely important, because you have to justify why the world is going to shit. And the way that they introduced the clicker was perfect. They had to change the main game, the game's story, in order to deviate from that main story from the game to introduce the threat in a smart way. And that's when I thought that deviation actually was to the benefit of the show. I thought that was really a good idea, the way that they chose to deviate from the game. And so the problem is, as the show went on, the threat that is the reason, the justifying factor as to why the world is shit now, was no longer present for the most part. That to me is a problem from just a basic writing perspective. If you do not have the reason present on a consistent level, the viewer is naturally going to say, well, why is the world shit? I don't see many clickers here. I don't see the threat. And they made the threat on paper. They made the infected more of a problem on paper when it comes to the show than in the game. And the threat is barely ever even present. To me, that is a failure upon the writing and the direction. Listen, Delta says, listen, I love muscle mommies as much as the next dude, but The Last of Us 2 is trash. Oh no. Neil Cuckman wants to be crushed by Abby. Of course, it's like his life goal. You've been pretty obsessed with a game today, and I bet you will never guess what one. Oh, it couldn't be a certain remake, could it? Puzzles felt good in Kena. I liked Kena. I thoroughly enjoyed Kena. That game beat the shit out of me and humbled me. But I beat it. Okay? Like, it whooped my ass and humbled me, but I did conquer the game in the end. It was great. I thought that the way they went about Kena was awesome. I'm glad that I own a physical copy of that game, because physical copy didn't come out till later. So definitely worth checking out Kena Bridge of Spirits if you have not. Yo, Slade 4K, what's good with you, bro? Good to see you. Oh no. Xeno and Words of Paradise are debating who's gonna beat said game first. Neozoic asks, how do you feel about people's quote unquote counter argument for Abbyzilla of what about women that are buff or not the most femininely, such as Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey, China, rest in peace, etc. I mean, look, there are all types of women of all shapes and sizes. But like when it comes to Abby specifically, like a lot of people just justifiably so ask, how is this woman even capable of existing in the state that she's in a apocalyptic world with clearly not enough protein? I make the joke that the bitch had to be eating tires out there to be making weight. Look, I've tried to work out in the past. Building muscle for women is a lot harder than it is for men. A lot harder. I'm not joking. It's so much so that I won't even bother trying for the foreseeable future. I'm sorry, just the amount of effort a woman has to put in to build muscle like that is insane. It's mentally insane. And I don't really think it's possible in an apocalyptic world such as that. She's eating a fucking burrito a day. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right. And the funny thing is, too, it's highly unlikely that they're going to get a woman that's nearly as buff as Abby is to portray Abby. So even in modern day society, where, most people, unless unfortunately you're dealing with a heavily poverty-ridden situation, most people can get the resources that they need in modern day, in the current state of society, to be able to build that kind of muscle. And still, despite that, it's highly unlikely that they will get a woman that is nearly as buff as Abby is in The Last of Us Part 2. It's just like honestly, even when I saw like some severely obese people in The Last of Us TV show, I'm like, how? How? Y'all are eating rabbits out here. How the fuck? It's like, I'm sorry, it's just hard to suspend disbelief for some of this shit. Especially when it's these people that want to push these bullshit agendas like it's okay to be 800 pounds. Like, no. No, and it's highly unlikely that you're going to be morbidly obese in a post-apocalyptic world. You felt like Hellblade 1 was trying something new. The gameplay is okay, but going through sensuous emotions while traveling the world was interesting. I agree to that. I definitely agree to that, Slycrow. I thought that was for sure interesting. A lot of the audio, like the audio aspects of that game were really good for its time. Like, I think that aspect of it was cool, but the gameplay was not intriguing enough to keep me. I feel like a lot of games play like Hellblade now. I feel like Hellblade was one of like the first to kind of have that gameplay loop that it had, and a lot of other games followed suit. And I just don't like them. YouTube hates likes. Hit the like button if nothing else to piss off YouTube. Hey, hit the like button. If you hate this, then hit the dislike button. Whatever you want to do, man. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to encourage you to do something. Appreciate y'all, though. I appreciate y'all. Yo, good all. What's good with you? How you doing, fam? Hope all is well. Slade 4K says I'm in love with Resident Evil 4 remake. That's good. I'm glad that you are. Oof, oof, oof. The next comment is gross. It's grotesque. It says I got Forspoken for $5, Cassie. I mean, at least you got it at its proper price point. I'll give you that. It's gonna be hard to play a game like that after playing Greatness, though. If I do say so myself, I would have a hard time. Delta said that was what took me out. There's no way the chick has that much muscle in that current state of the world. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And clearly, the character is made specifically to be antagonistic. That's what it is. The developers themselves created this storyline specifically to actually be divisive. And they've admitted to that. They themselves admitted to that. And that's why I held them to what they said. Before the game even came out, they admitted that the game was going to be divisive among fans. And then all of a sudden, when the fans are split on the game, on whether the game is good or not, they're fucking butthurt about it. That's the shit that kills me with Naughty Dog. They're a bunch of dickheads, some of them. Especially Neil Druckmann. He's such a dickhead, a pretentious dickhead. You could be ripped, just a prehistoric reptile. Oh no. Y'all are bad. Y'all are big and bad. Slycrow says Neil wanted Last of Us show to be about relationships, but Joel and Ellie's relationship did not pan out well in the show. I agree. That's why it's not good to be a one-trick pony, especially when you're not good at that one trick. I think the Last of Us show would have been at least a lot more bearable, a lot more interesting if it was trying to be a jack of all trades, trying to give us a little bit of everything. You're not necessarily. I mean, even if the show didn't pan out to be, super legendary, like perfection, a jack of all trades that offers you a little bit of everything is not a bad thing at all by any means. Post-apocalyptic world. I have a feeling we're all going to get a lot skinnier. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And if you're getting fatter, that means you're a greedy bitch. You're either a greedy bitch or if you're getting buff too, super buff like that, I think you're also being pretty greedy. I think it's fair to make sure that you are in very good shape to be able to take on whatever you have to in that world. But I don't think it's really justifiable that you necessarily need to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger in The Last of Us Part 2's world. Oh my god, this just became a whole discussion about The Last of Us. Oh, y'all are really getting into Resident Evil 4 remake stuff. Forspoken looks like it will be on PS Plus in a couple of months. I give it a couple of weeks. Maybe about a month. You'll play it then. That's what's up. I mean, like, I don't think that the game is completely unplayable. I just don't think it was worth its price point, and the performance on both PS5 and PC was not good upon launch. They cleaned that up. If the game performs a lot better on both platforms, I mean, at the right price, it's justifiable to try. Troy Baker even told people to be open-minded before The Last of Us 2 release, pretty much preparing people for a bad game. Or for a game that half the community was gonna love and half the community was gonna hate. That's what they set out to make. And you know what? They accomplished their goal. I'm just wondering why they're upset that they accomplished their goal. Or you're accountable. Yeah. Salty Butterbag said, I just moved shit with my mind. I just killed a game studio with my freaking mind. Oh my god. If there was a unit of measure for cringe, it's pegging the needle. Oh my god. All right. We gotta move on, y'all. We gotta move on. Oh man. But yeah, I thought that was interesting when it comes to Fortnite, man. They're saying like we could do some shit. We can do some badass shit. But next on the list is something I'm actually excited about. So y'all heard it from me when I was talking about the Ninja Turtles movie that got announced. I have no hope for that movie, but here's something that sounds very, very cool. A darker, more mature Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game is in development. The Last Ronin is based on the 2020 graphic novel. Now, personally, I haven't read the graphic novel. I can't really speak to it, but you're telling me dark Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video game? I like that. I like that a lot. And this kind of art style, that shit looks sick. That looks absolutely dope. A new game based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is in development, but this one promises to be darker and more mature. The game will be based on The Last Ronin, a 5-issue comic miniseries released in 2020, which is set to feature and sees 3 of the turtles already dead. That's different. Like, this is not only like dark and cool looking in terms of concept, but also very different. I'm interested to see where this goes. In an interview with Polygon, Paramount Global Senior Vice President for Games, Doug Rosen, said the game would be a third-person action RPG and cited the recent God of War games as a comparison. Now, here's where I'm kind of like a little iffy on. Like I said, I have issue with the God of War games, the modern God of War games, but there's some great things about God of War. Now, if they could just keep, gameplay at a high here, keep the gameplay at a high, and less puzzles and less of that downtime, like searching around everywhere, that'd be cool. I wouldn't mind a linear experience if that's what they're going for. Just make the gameplay loop fun and make it dark. Give me blood, give me gore. It doesn't have to be over the top. I'm not expecting to have TMNT, but definitely, don't hold back either. Given the nature of the story, the game will mainly be a single-player adventure as opposed to the multiplayer friend nature of most TMNT games, which is fine. I think different is cool. Different in regards to this kind of different. This is still drawing inspiration from the comics, which is cool. It's a more modern comic, so I don't know how good it is. I'm not too... when it comes to modern comic books, I'm a little scared in general. But at least this is grabbing from some source material that seems to be interesting, whereas the movie that by Seth Rogen seems to just be using Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles just as a property to sell a garbage thing that they themselves wanted to throw together. That's how it comes off to me. Haven't seen it. We don't have all the details, but that's how it comes off pretty much instantaneously from what they were doing, what they were talking about. The Last Ronin was written by original TMNT creator Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird, and is set in New York in a dark future. I like that too. Okay, so original creators. That's always nice. The city is ruled by the Shredder's grandson, and only one of the 4 turtles remains. His brother's already dead. While we won't spoil the identity of the last turtle for those who haven't read the book yet, he uses all 4 of the turtles' weapons: Leonardo's katana swords, Donatello's staff, and Raphael's sais, and Michelangelo's nunchucks. Throughout the graphic novel, the turtles occasionally has hallucinations and flashbacks in which he believes his brothers are alive. And Rosen has suggested that this means the game could make other turtles playable in flashback sequences. I'm digging this. This definitely could be something. Just in concept alone, I'm interested. 2 critically acclaimed TMNT games were released last year. Though they both focused on colorful, retro-style beat-em-up gameplay, TMNT The Cowabunga Collection is a retro compilation containing 13 TMNT games from the 8-bit and 16-bit eras, while TMNT Shredder's Revenge is a modern take on those games, offering beat-em-up gameplay for up to 6 players. I'm down. Everything that they're saying sounds pretty damn cool. While their comparison to God of War leaves me a little like, okay. We'll see what aspects they take of God of War and what aspects they make their own. Because they're inspired by something doesn't mean it's going to play exactly the same way. I don't want it to play exactly the same way. I'm down for this in terms of concept. We have to wait and see, what comes of this. I definitely hope to see something soon and more than just a CGI trailer. That's for certain. But I kind of am interested in reading The Last Ronin, especially since it's made by the OG creators. PlayStation Stars helped me. I ain't complaining. Hey, that's what's up. You broke after doing giveaways. Look, bro, stop doing giveaways, all right? Look, you gotta take care of yourself first and foremost, man. If you could do it, then do it, but don't kill yourself in terms of that, man. But Jedi Fallen Order, what is it? Jedi Survivor. You got Final Fantasy 16 and Dead Island 2. Okay. That's what's up. I'm interested in all 3 of those games, but ultimately I'm going with Final Fantasy 16 because I'm broke and I need to make choices and be more realistic with my gaming habits. So that's I'll just go for that one game for now. I'm interested in all 3 of them though. They look pretty cool. Neozoic said also at least Gina Carano, Ronda Rousey in China, as Words of Paradise say, it's that while they are buff, at least they look like women, have feminine features, but with Abbyzilla. I mean, it's just it's hard to compare real life individuals to Abby. She's a fictional character. She in fact would not exist in the world that she is if it was real life. It's hard for even women of that particular physique to exist, period. So yeah, I mean, like I said, these other women are actually real world individuals that have those builds or achieved all those things by a lot of hard work and dedication. And they're awesome in their own way. Sailor Mercury says a dark TMNT game. Nice. I agree with that. I'm hyped for that. I want to see what that looks like. This is different, but in a way that actually is respectful of the lore of what TMNT is, that's cool. Words Paradise said I read the first issue of The Last Ronin. It was dope, but I'm worried about a game based around it. Okay, no, I can understand that. I want to check it out. I can appreciate that they're trying to do something, because it's like always with TMNT, you got all turtles together, and it's kind of like a predictable sort of thing. Where with me personally, I don't mind that, because that's kind of what I do expect from turtles. So, but this is more of like, you know, very story oriented. Whereas like with previous games that I played with Ninja Turtles, like while some of the stories were pretty decent, it's most of the time the stories aren't put in the forefront. It's more so the co-op experience is put in the forefront. And then, you know, the story is there, but simply the story usually is there to push that gameplay co-op experience. So this seems to be taking a different perspective, putting story first, which I don't mind. If they have some dope ass gameplay, oof, yes, I could dig it. Shredder's Revenge was great. That was definitely one of my favorite games last year for sure. It's definitely my top 3. It was a great series though. I read the first issue, then followed the story online after that, and I'd really rather them not tarnish that. Okay, no, I understand where you're going with it. I mean, I think I would hope that the creators have some sort of say in this. They haven't, you know, they haven't confirmed or denied that. So we'll see. I got a Atelier Reza 3. I know that game, but I know of that game, but I'd have no idea how to say the name. But I plan to get RE4 remake later on. Hey man, get what you want, what you're most inspired to play first. I totally get that. Made sure it was good before I did. Hey, glad to hear it, Slade. Glad to hear it. Still on the fence about Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 15 was so boring, but Final Fantasy 16 does look a lot better. I mean, Sailor Mercury, if it puts your thoughts at ease, Final Fantasy 15 was made by the Forspoken devs. Final Fantasy 16 has nothing like it does not have the Luminous developers attached to it. Totally different team. You know, Yoshi P is behind it, and he's the dude that actually brought back Final Fantasy 14 from the brink of death. Like, actually led the team to make that go from a complete total abomination of a failure in the MMO front to being arguably the greatest MMO ever created. That can certainly be argued, which is pretty crazy. Then you have the DMC, gameplay direct. The person that did DMC5 gameplay, that did that, he's behind it. So that's fucking awesome. If you're into DMC gameplay, that's super sick. So these are people that actually have merit to them that are making Final Fantasy 16. The people that had merit behind them with Final Fantasy 15, they left that project early in development. Final Fantasy 15 was supposed to be another game entirely, and Square fucked that up. And then I believe the dude that was behind the original concept of what Final Fantasy 15 was supposed to be left and did Kingdom Hearts instead. That's what the basis of, like, I don't know how, like, the true depth of that game, but that's like the basis of it. Red Hood 420 definitely knows a lot more about that than I do personally. Shout out to Red Hood. He definitely keeps up with his Final Fantasy shilling, or at least Final Fantasy 14 and 16 shilling. So yo, Andre B, what's good with you? So what's up, Cassie and Co? got my rear, but I'm gonna get it. Oh, I thought you said rear. I'm like, what? RE4 remake? See, my eyes are terrible. I had to like, I thought that was an A instead of a 4. Got my RE4 remake, but I'm gonna get to it tomorrow. Hey, handle what you got to do today and prepare to enjoy. What I'm hearing is a masterpiece tomorrow. That's all good, man. I'm glad that you got it though. Although it will be cool if they made a TMNT game that is like the Batman Arkham game, but based on the original Mirage comics. That would be cool too. That's good that it's a different team. Yeah, definitely. Like that, if it was made by the same team, I wouldn't have any interest in Final Fantasy 16. Let's put it that way. Meanwhile, Final Fantasy 16, as of right now, is my most anticipated game this year and possibly this entire generation. So hoping it lives up to that. But at least everything that's presented makes me believe that I can take that chance and put all my excitement into that game specifically. Where's Paradise says, am I the only Final Fantasy 16 defender here? Oh no, you're talking about 15 defender here. I can make some solid arguments for that game. So I'm like, when it comes to me personally with that game, I hear that the game is a lot better than when I indulged in it, but, and I have it right. Funny thing is I have it right here. This is the version that I got. It says Day 1 edition, or the you're a piece of shit for buying this version of the game edition. At least that's what Square told me, because this game is so lacking. Like this version, I hear that they added a bunch of stuff that later makes the game amazing, or at least a lot better than the original release. And that's cool, but I bought it day 1 because I believed in the game, and it turned out to be a mistake. And maybe I'll go back to it at some point with all the DLC. Maybe I won't. I highly doubt that I will. But I can acknowledge it's a better game. But it's not fair to me that I believed in your product and enough to buy it day 1. And I was an asshole. I fucked myself. Or matter of fact, no, Square Enix fucked me for doing that. So that's just how I feel personally. I just don't think that those devs, and the fact that the game was in development hell for as long as it was, those devs needed some better, like, management, something. They're clearly, they made 2 games, and both games had some serious problems with them. And so, to me, that says you don't have the right pieces together. Or something else entirely. Maybe it's Square as a whole. But, I mean, when I look at Final Fantasy 16 and I see a potential masterpiece, and I look at Forspoken, which is a game from the same developers as 15, and the game looks terrible. It's kind of like, I don't know, I just think it's the team. But hey, like I said, I heard that 15 ended up being pretty damn decent, and that's cool. I just feel like I got kind of shafted for being a day 1 buyer. Yoshi P is going to do an amazing job at 16. I think so. I think that it's very clear that that game is something else. I'm hoping that we get, like a gameplay demo soon. Love DMC5. Didn't know the devs from that were in 16 were excited about it now. Yeah, I'd say like it, I don't want to force you to, be excited about the game, but I'd say, like, there isn't much concern. I think that there's so much hype on some people, like, for me, that I'm hoping that it lives up to it, but, like, my hype is, like, so, like, as high as it gets for hype. So, if it doesn't live up to that, I think it's my fault, personally. But I think it will live up to that. Where's Paradise said, yeah, fair enough. Sailor Mercury says, oh yeah, Nomura was originally doing Versus 13, but dropped it to make Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake. Yeah, and the reason why is because they were fucking up what he was trying to do with what Final Fantasy 15 ended up being. that was supposed to be a way darker story than what we ended up getting. You can't tell Ashley to hide anymore was a lie. Oops. I feel off of FF after X because X2, though X13, X Final Fantasy X-2 through Final Fantasy 13 sucked, so I got Final Fantasy 15 on a whim without knowing about the release issues. So by the time I played it, I loved it because it had what I was looking for. You got lucky on that front. Like, I'm sure that it's a decent game now, and you got the better end of the deal. So, kudos to you on that. I wish I would have waited on it as well. I probably would have enjoyed the game so much more. Fun question: comic versus comic. Ninja Turtles Mirage comic versus 90s X-Men comic. I can't really give a genuine answer because I haven't read Ninja Turtles comics. My love of Turtles was like created from watching the 2003 animated TV show. I wouldn't mind reading some Ninja Turtles comics. It's one of those things where sometimes I get to some comics, like last year I read The Crow for the first time. I love the film. I never read the comic. Finally did get the comic, and it's cool. It was interesting to see the differences, and the art style is really fucking dope, and the fact that it's just completely in black and white was interesting. It's not something that I'm used to seeing, but I liked it for what it was. It's freaking awesome. Turtles all day hype is a dangerous thing. It is a dangerous thing. I can't help it sometimes. I withhold a lot. So yeah. 2003 TMNT show was fantastic. I like it even more than the 80s show. See, I've only seen a little bit of the 80s show. Ooh, 2003 Turtles is also hella comic accurate. That's what's up. Because I know, like, what's great about 03 Turtles is that it's so, like, it's one of those things where it's kind of, a kid could watch it and enjoy it, and, like, a teenager could also watch and enjoy it. I know Turtles, comic book-wise, has been mainly for, like, teenagers. So I could see how that's a thing with 03 Turtles. It had that look, man, that's like very, like, way more adult than the 80s show or even like modern TMNT. But yeah, to me, this concept is interesting. I'm excited to see more with this TMNT, The Last Ronin video game adaptation. Next up on the list that I'm excited for is Counter-Strike 2 has been revealed ahead of a summer 2023 release. So, I guess all this Valve criticism has convinced them to finally start making games again. It says a limited test for select Counter-Strike Global Offense players launches today, and this was basically 2 days ago. I've never been able to get into Counter-Strike because I got into it super late when everyone is a beast except me and I feel like an idiot. So maybe starting from, like, you know, the beginning of Counter-Strike 2 could benefit me. Valve has officially announced Counter-Strike 2 ahead of the game's release this summer, and it's cool that the game is coming out relatively soon. That's always nice to hear. It will arrive as a free upgrade to Counter-Strike Global Offense, allowing players to bring across their inventory from the current game, which is cool. I think that that's fair. A lot of people have a lot of money invested in that and all sorts of skins and a whole economy that I don't even understand, but that's cool. Counter-Strike 2 is the largest technical leap forward in Counter-Strike's history, ensuring new features and updates for years to come, according to Valve. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is a Counter-Strike game. All of the game's new features will be revealed when it officially launches this summer, but the road to Counter-Strike 2 begins today as a limited test for select CSGO players during the testing period. We'll be elevating a subset of features to shake out any issue before the worldwide release. A Counter-Strike 2 limited test FAQ is available here. Valve said the game will be cleaner, brighter, and better looking. Maps in Counter-Strike 2 are receiving upgrades and overhauls, which leverage all of the new Source 2 tools and rendering features. Is also claim tick rate no longer matters for moving, shooting, or throwing. So they're getting into like the features. Counter-Strike 2 sounds like sounds have been reworked to better reflect the physical environment and more distinct and express more game state. It added they have also been rebalanced for more comfortable listening experience. So overall, it sounds like this is an upgrade from the original game that looks cleaner, a better audio. Because Counter-Strike is an old ass game that still continues to be one of the most played games on Steam, if not the most played game on Steam. So this is cool. I'm definitely hyped. This is like my time to put the efforts into actually getting good script, right? So I'll definitely be playing it. Hopefully I manage to kind of get into it, because I tried with the first Counter-Strike, given like here and there, I wasn't that serious about it, because I already knew that people have been playing that game consistently for years, and that I don't think I was ever gonna, get into it like that. So we'll see. It's cool that if you have the original, if you have CSGO, you're going to get this game. It's going to be a free upgrade. So that's really nice. So this is a pretty big deal, and they're just saying, take it. Valve only stops at 2 in the franchise. This is true. They have a legacy of doing that. And with Counter-Strike 2 being a thing, it's gonna be a long time. If 3 is in the works, it's gonna be a long time before we ever see it. Aside from Half-Life and Devil May Cry, I can't remember the last Valve game I've played. Wait, Devil May Cry? Devil May Cry is made by Valve. It's a Capcom game, bro. Left 4 Dead, maybe you're talking about? I didn't try Valorant because I heard that game has like kernel level anti-cheat, which means that the devs have like complete total access to pretty much everything on your PC, and I don't really feel comfortable with that. So I'm good. I like that Valve is making a game again. Yeah. Hopefully this incentivizes them to continue. Definitely want to see Valve actually make Steam exclusive games so that we can have the fucking exclusives now, motherfuckers. No, I'm playing. But I don't really see Counter-Strike coming to consoles because it doesn't really do well on the consoles. I mean, CSGO was on 360 if I'm not mistaken, right? So no, Devil May Cry 4 wasn't Valve. It's all Capcom. Speaking of which, happy 20th anniversary to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2003. Yeah. Damn, 20 years, dude. This is disgusting to think about. Oh, God. We're getting old. We're getting real freaking old. My bad, fam. Don't type and drink at the same time. Bruh, it's all good. It's all good. I've made some dumb mistakes too. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything, because I don't. I F up just like everyone else. What are you hiding, Cass? I'm not I'm hiding all my stuff. I sold it. I sold it. I sold all my stuff away. But I'm excited to see this coming out this summer. I will definitely be indulging. Sounds like it could be damn dope. But now here's a story that does have me concerned. The Witcher 4. Sounds like Witcher game project Sirius has gone back to the drawing board. CD Projekt Red has reevaluated the scope and commercial potential of the game. So they don't think that this game is going to justify the money that they're putting into it, sounds like. Sounds like CD Projekt Red has decided to go back to the drawing board with Project Sirius, a new take on the Witcher series first announced last October. In a regulatory announcement on Monday, the company told investors it had established an impairment allowance related to expenses incurred developing the game. It said the value of the experience incurred totaled $3.4 million in 2022 and $9.5 million in the first 2 months of 2023. That these sums will accordingly burden the company's financial results. So they don't think that this game is worth the money they have to put into it. That's concerning. It's added the aforementioned decision is based on the results evaluation of the scope of commercial potential of the original concept of Project Sirius, and ongoing work on formulating a new framework for this project. So it sounds like this project probably did get downgraded to shit. Its original vision. BGC has contacted CD Projekt Red for clarification on the status of the game. Spokesperson for CD Projekt Red told BGC, our current focus is ensuring that Project Sirius is aligned with the strategy of CD Projekt Group. At this point in time, we have neither providing insight into the evaluation of the project nor the potential future of the framework, therefore. Company announced last October it was working on Cyberpunk 2077 sequel, a new trilogy of Witcher games, Witcher spin-offs, and an original IP. These projects included an innovative take on the Witcher universe in development at the Molasses Flood, the American studio behind Flame in the Flood, which CD Projekt Red acquired in 2021. Codename Project Sirius, CD Projekt Red described the title as an unforgettable story for existing Witcher fans and new audiences. So it sounds like this game is going to be like, not to say it was going to be bad, but or like a Mass Effect Andromeda. I guess, sort of. I guess that's the most comparable. I'm not saying it was instantly going to fail, but they don't seem to believe in this project too much. Or given the current state of the economic world, seems to not dictate that this is the right game for the right time. The game will be set in the Witcher universe, but it differs from our past releases in that is target a much broader audience, said CD Projekt Red CEO. I'm not even going to say that name. Sirius will provide both single player and multiplayer gameplay. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, is it going to be a game that has Ciri as the protagonist? I don't know. It sounds like this game is going to get a serious downgrade from what their original vision was. Well, considering The Witcher 3 is hella overrated, it's fine by me. Oh, shit. Man, this year is both the 90th anniversary of King Kong 1933 and the 20th anniversary of TMNT 03. Sheesh. I'm also wondering about the next Witcher because CD Projekt Red made a video about that commitment to ESG, which means it will be politically correct and gross. That sounds disgusting. Next year is the 40th anniversary of TMNT as a whole. Damn. Man, y'all making everyone here feel old on different levels. That's disgusting. Thanks for the heads up, Mercury. Think the Netflix show might have killed it. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily the Netflix show. These are two totally different audiences that they're talking about. Yo, Red Clouds, what's up? How you doing, bro? Said, what's up, famo? Appreciate you for coming through. We're just talking about this Witcher game that was in development. I don't know what they're doing with it now, but apparently they don't believe in this project, or at least don't want to dump the funds that they originally envisioned dumping into this game. So 30th anniversary of Power Rangers. Yikes. targeting a broader audience means updated for modern audience. Not always. I won't say not always. Now, if they specifically said modern audience, then that's definitely, that tells you exactly what they're trying to do. Now, at broader audience, it could mean that they're going to sanitize outright, but it could also mean they're kind of doing the Mass Effect Andromeda route. And that's like a bad thing to bring up because, Mass Effect Andromeda bombed. Mostly because the game just came out half-baked. But you could tell that game was like, new characters, same universe, where, everyone could have like a starting point. Because, after Mass Effect, 3 Mass Effects, like people that are trying to get into Mass Effect, it's kind of hard to. So they kind of made a new jumping off point with Andromeda, and that just went to shit, unfortunately. That's where I tried to get into Mass Effect, and that was a poor mistake on my part. But yeah, it's definitely some things that are slightly concerning about this. I think targeting a broader audience, normally it's like one of those things where I don't necessarily like that, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing either. It could be, but not guaranteed. Whereas modern audience always means fuck this. Why does this crap keep happening? It's exhausting, man. I feel you on that. What the fuck? Lobo? What? Man, Lobo trying to get booted tonight. And where the fuck is BitCloud? Did I miss his... Man, BitCloud ain't even speaking in here. What you talking about? Talking to BitCloud. Only BioWare game I can beat was Jade Empire. I need to go back and play that game. I need to. I think I have it on something. I don't know if it's on the Xbox or on PC, but I've heard some interesting things about that game. I don't mind an old game, as long as it's semi-playable. But yeah, I'm concerned about this. Just wanted to bring that up. It wasn't really something anyone was talking about. I like The Witcher 3. I think it's an awesome game. That game got me through the death of my grandmother. My grandmother is like my favorite person ever, and I shut down for a long time. And The Witcher definitely provided a lot of content for me to just stop thinking about how miserable life was at that particular time. So maybe I'm a little bit biased on that front. I mean, I think everyone could say, you understand why, but I really love The Witcher 3. But yeah, moving on. I think this is particularly what Words of Paradise is waiting on. That's this whole thing with Resident Evil 5. Apparently is too racist for a remake. And mind you, I think it's appropriate to bring up the individual who indeed wrote this article. And the thing, let's go into the gamer in general. I like to use the gamer articles because they cover a lot of different stuff. Like, they have a lot of writers, and I think a lot of their writers are reasonable with most of their articles. So I do at times like to use the gamer as a site. And, a lot of times their articles are decent. And then sometimes, that one article or those 2 articles spoil it for the bunch, and this is one of them. And yes, this is by Jade King, and I'm clicking on it. You can assume by this picture that she's a white woman, and I like to constantly, remind everyone that white women are the cause of the downfall of first world society. I'm saying this as a half white woman myself. I've seen these fucking Kremlins, and they are literally fucking everything up for everyone else. So yes, I'm fucking shocked that an annoying ass fucking white woman is talking about race, something that she has no fucking idea of anything about. Oh, what a fucking shocker. So yes, Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake. Capcom will need to approach this one very differently. Now, I believe that wholeheartedly. I played Resident Evil 5. I couldn't finish it. I was bored to fucking tears. What a boring game with if you're playing, I've played this game both with someone and by myself. And I wasn't having fun either way. Even though the individual I was playing with is a very fun person to game with. It's just that the game to me just wasn't fun. Now, some people think that it's a great co-op experience. I just couldn't get into it. Then again, I played it many years after it released on the PS4 console. And that's just what it is. Now, when it comes to playing by yourself, this game by yourself is cancer. The AI is so horrible that you will hate the game no matter what. So please play this. If you're going to play this game, please play it with someone. If you play it by yourself, you are guaranteed to hate this fucking game into oblivion. So I technically agree with the statement. Capcom will need to approach this one very differently, but not in the way this individual is stating. Thank you so much, Words of Paradise, for the $5, man. I appreciate that. Said, been waiting this whole time to send this. It's discussion time, boys. Fuck Jade King. Yeah, I think that this is absolutely a bullshit article in general. And here it says, Resident Evil loves a good remake. Capcom has been trading in reimaginings of its survival horror series since 2002, when the beloved original was brought back to life on the Nintendo GameCube. That game is awesome. I've played a little bit of it and I got scared off. But guess what? For good reason. Because those motherfuckers that made that game know how to scare the shit out of you on a basic level. That's what I appreciated about it the most. Everything about that game is designed to freak you out. And they do a great job of it. So, shout out to the devs of RE1 Remake. Y'all killed that shit. It's a stellar remake and a definitive version of a classic. The same can be said for 2019's Resident Evil 2, which many now consider the best in the series since it exploded onto the scene 4 years ago. 3 wasn't great, but still had fun with its new spin on things. Now, it's Resident Evil 4's turn. The game, so nice, they remastered it thrice. Really? Anyway, and now the remake treatment is set to introduce this banger to the new generation. So what's next? Resident Evil 5 is the next logical step, given it's a mostly iterative sequel with many of the same gameplay mechanics and set pieces. It also has mandatory co-op, even if you're playing alone. Removing that little horror was left by giving you the characters with twice the firepower. Resident Evil 4 influenced Gears of War, and in turn Resident Evil 5 looked at Gears of War and decided it needed a slice of that gray, edgy, and bloated pie. It's not a bad game, but I'd struggle to describe it at anything more than pale imitation. So, like, she thinks that this game is inherently racist. Why is she praising it, though? In her mindset, I'm holding this bitch to her own mindset. This game is racist. That's what she claims. Resident Evil 5 is a racist game. Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake. So, by this, I think that she endorses racism, because in her mind, she deems this as a racist game, and she's praising this racist game and saying it's actually pretty good. That's her mindset. I don't think the game is racist. The game's legacy is also eternally tainted by its racism. Intentional or not, it's there. So why are you praising this game that you think is inherently racist? And let's just, I don't even know where to even go from here because it's like it's just so much to just dive into. What I'm thinking right now in my brain, and for some reason this shit just popped up so late, but thank you again, Words of Paradise. What pops into my head immediately from reading this shit is that these same people bitch that Final Fantasy 16 doesn't have a diverse group of people in that world, but then are complaining that this game takes place in Africa. Essentially, that's the only complaint I can really like see, that you're complaining that the game takes place in Africa, because if you go to Africa, there's predominantly a lot of black people there. That's what it is. I mean, there's different countries in Africa that have different representations of people, but generally speaking, if you go to Africa, in most cases, you're going to encounter a lot of black people. Which, you know, that's what you kind of expect. Which, you know, I don't have anything wrong with that. But like with Final Fantasy 16, these same people are bitching, oh, you know, we don't care if it's based upon European culture. We still want to see diversity here. You can never please these fucking people. They're always gonna bitch and whine about something. You could do everything to try and please these individuals, but then they'll say your game is racist because you're not killing white people. That's essentially what I'm sure this shit boils down to. Alex vs. Evil says, color me shocked. Red Cloud said, I personally love RE5. That's what's up. Neozek says, didn't this whole stupidity of RE5 is racist happen a long time ago when the first trailer of RE5 came out? I believe so. I believe that this game definitely caught some people like, what's up? I don't really personally know too much about that, but I do know that this game has garnered some thoughts in regards to that in the past. Alex vs. Evil said, I loved this game and I played with myself. Oh my god, he played with himself. Shinji Mikami at his finest. Alex vs. Evil, same mate. 5 isn't perfect, but I still enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys could enjoy it. However, I couldn't. I think that they should remake Resident Evil 5 to be more like, I don't know, I guess like Resident Evil 4 or previous games. Like for me, when I look at this game, and I'm not a knowledgeable Resident Evil person. I know the basics. I like some of the characters. I appreciate the gameplay for what it is. I think that it's cool. I want to be into Resident Evil. When I look at 5, though, it just screams like Resident Evil spinoff, like Revelations is or something. Like, it's kind of weird that this is a mainline Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 5 was way too action focused and bored me, but nothing racist about it. Yo, Words of Paradise said, that's why you got me here, Cass. I'll walk you through anything RE you need to know, baby bird. You funny, bro. I need to know what are the must-watch Resident Evil CGI films. Or if all of them are must-watch. Because that's, I think, where I'm going to have the most fun with Resident Evil. I think that's where, like, this franchise is going to shine the best for me. So I guess where I should start with the CGI flicks, and if I should watch them all or perhaps skip some, because I know that there's a few of them out there. I'm interested in this latest one because it has Jill in it. I really like Jill. I think she's awesome. Yeah, less action focus oriented and horror focused remake might be more interesting. Meathead Chris is not fun to me. I mean, like, they changed things in you know, these remakes. Like, I think, you know, it's like when you look at, you know, RE2 and RE3, those had fixed camera angles. In the remakes, it's over the shoulder, which I think is very justifiable. So I think it's justifiable to do some changes to this game. And Resident Evil 5 is still a playable game. So, like with Resident Evil 4, you can go back and play that game if you're not necessarily crazy about the remake. So I think that they should feel like trying something new with these games because the original games are very much playable. I think that the older titles probably deserve a more like a more shot close to remake. I don't know why I'm doing this, but like close to the original remake while also taking into account like modern controls and all that. Because it's hard to go access the OG RE3 unless you have like the game itself or unless you play on a Vita or a PS3. Like, it's hard to get access to those games. Ooh, Rise to Honor is my shit, dude. Hold on, do I have that over here? Yes, sir. Jet Li, baby. This was my jam back in the day, bro. I fucking love this game. Bruh. This game is definitely, it's sick. It's underrated. It has some issues with it, but I loved it. Jet Li doing the stunt work for it is really cool. Jet Li's a badass. I had a lot of fun with this damn game. This is like a movie game, but when the gameplay was there, you're playing. Like, it doesn't hold your hand when the gameplay is there. That's what I like. Yo, Chris, NY Yanks, what's good with you, bro? Watch all the CGI films. They're fun popcorn flicks. I could dig that. Yes, Red Clouds. Thank you for bringing that up. Anything to show off my copy. That's not my original copy either, mind you. I had to actually rebuy that one because I lost it. This was actually a sealed copy when I got it, but since it was like a greatest hits, I didn't mind opening it up. If it was like a black label, and it was sealed, I wouldn't have opened it. Beat Rise to Honor way too many times on PS2. Yeah, that game was addictive as shit and really actually challenging at some points too. The show on Netflix is garbage, but it's canon, so worth it for lore. And the newest film, so effing stoked. Jill is my girl. I love Jill. I think that she's sick. I love her like Resident Evil 1 look, like the shoulder pads, the hat, like Jill is naturally a very charming character that I enjoy playing as. Like, I think that she's cool. Like, most women are not fucking cool. I'm sorry to have to say, most women aren't fucking cool. I don't like to look pretty. I like to look cool. That's just the kind of girl I personally am. When I play as female characters, I want them to look cool. Like, I think Claire in RE2 remake looks genuinely cool with the fucking red leather jacket and you know, the skinny jeans. Like, she looks cool. Like, I can play as Claire and feel cool. Most women don't look cool. Most women, I don't like playing as because they're just not cool. You're obsessed with the combat in that game. Jet Li is such a legend. Yes. Watching the behind the scenes with him and mocap in like fucking PS2 days, like, that is cool. Horizon racist towards dinosaurs because they're all robots. Her RE1 look is my fantasy. Oh no. Oh shit. I can make a joke, but I'm gonna leave you alone. You love the combat system. I love like where it takes place. It's both in like Rise to Honor takes place in both China and like San Francisco, from what I remember, and like the areas just look so sick. Like the design choices look really cool. So before we get off topic, man, well, let's get more into this article. Miss White Girl King here says, I was still in primary school when Resident Evil 5 was first unveiled, so my understanding of racism and the historical role it plays in global social political culture was fairly lacking. I just wanted to murder zombies with my friends. It didn't matter what color they were or what country I happened to be in. The infection must be cleansed, and not putting my upgraded shotgun to use would be a tragic waste. But even back then, there was something uneasy about how the game depicted Africa, and the awkward marketing eager to focus on a white man waltzing into an impoverished town only to murder its inhabitants. They're literally fucking zombies, or whatever this version of Resident Evil their zombies are. Because, like, Resident Evil 4, they don't really, like, their zombies are kind of weird. So, whatever type of infected is present here, they're not being murdered because they're black. They're being murdered because they're infected. So basically, it's uneasy because you have like this, you're obsessed with race. You're fucking obsessed with race. That you're just like, oh, just because we're in a country that is predominantly not white, then just because the country is being represented the way that the country it tends to be in terms of the individuals that are there, automatically, since it's not white, it's fucking racist. And she even admits, like, back then, when I wasn't obsessed with race all the time, we were just enjoying the game for what it was. We weren't thinking about, killing people that weren't white. We were thinking about just being rid of this infection and the infected. That's it. So, back when you weren't obsessed with fucking minuscule things such as color and race and all that, because at the end of the day, I believe that I like to get to know people based upon their character, the type of person that they are, the things that they're into. That means I make friends with all sorts of people, or I enjoy the company of all sorts of people. That's why I have a bunch of people within my life that are from all sorts of walks of life. If it be because, they're of a different race, different gender. My best friend literally lived in Egypt up until 2 years ago. And it's not because, like, I hang out with all people, not because of this, but because of their personality, who they are. Kind of like Alice in the first Resident Evil movie with the red dress. My bad, LMAO. I can talk about Rise for hours. I don't blame you. Honestly, I need to be around more people that appreciate Rise to Honor, okay? Jet Li's Rise to Honor, okay? I definitely need to be around more people like that. Most people will never know. Zeno says Jill over Claire. I love them both. I think that they're really cool. Missed the PS2 era, so many great games across all genres, even light gun shooters. I agree. Chris, for sure. Like, honestly. I miss PS2 era where, like, a cutscene was a cutscene and it had good story and gameplay was gameplay and the developers didn't hold your fucking hand. Or hold you back, more so. Resident Evil 5 is already censored, just to throw that out there. Oh, they're called Magini, just to throw that out there. I hope I said that right. Ill article, if it was in Europe, would it still be racist? Of course not, Red Clouds. Because like these people are just a fucking obsessed with race. So what they're advocating for is for games to never be made in non-white countries. That's what this person is essentially trying to tell developers. Do not make any more games in countries that are predominantly any other race but white. Well, any other color but white, I should say. This is because then you deal with bullshit ass articles like this. So that disincentivizes creators to create games that take place in Africa, for example, or, you know, in other countries that are predominantly, you know, where the majority is not white. So I think this bitch is racist. Is it fair for me to imply that's possibly the case? Because it sounds like to me she doesn't want any more games to take place in Africa. Apparently, too much black people is a thing for Miss Jade King. That's what it sounds like to me. Too much black people is bad for Jade King. That's what I take away from this fucking article. Which that's not cool. That's not cool. The revealed trailer that dropped in 2005 has deliberately vague descriptions of where it takes place or what the game is even about. Chris Redfield is back, this time without his bulging muscles, and is seen walking the quiet streets of a shanty town until an unseen horde of infected rushes his position. A gun is drawn before a Biohazard 5 logo slashes onto the screen. At first glance, this trailer is pretty innocent. And early on enough, the game's production, and I'm sure if certain locations and characters were even decided yet, and E3 2007 showcasing wasn't nearly as lucky as its preview of the game's opening, which without the presence of your partner Sheva, boils down to a hench white dude beating the shit out of hostile African natives. This caused backlash at the time, with the hasty addition of a mixed-race co-op partner, making it seem like Capcom was trying its best to save face and pave over the unfortunate positioning. So, like, I've heard of this, and I don't really know, like, how do you guys feel about that at the time? Is that perceived as racist, you know, in terms of, like, how it was presented? Because I've never seen, like, any of these trailers. I've only heard that, you know, Capcom got a lot of backlash for how Resident Evil 5 came off when it was first introduced, and they ended up adding Sheva as a character afterwards to sort of combat that concept of the game perhaps being racist. I don't know what's going on here. Trying to zoom into this and it's just ignoring, which is weird. There we go. I think we're good now. There we go. Might as well get closer. Metal Gear Solid 5 versus RE5. I can't. Blood Rain 2, Dead to Rights, etc. Ooh, yeah, Blood Rain 2. I do have Blood Rain 1 and 2 remastered. I have physical copies of that. I'm actually I never played them, so I do have physical copies of them to indulge when I do have that free time. If Jill is a sandwich, then Words of Paradise is defo eating. I'm so sorry. I'll see myself out, Yosino. Oh my god, Words of Paradise said, if Jill is a sandwich, I'll provide the mayonnaise, which have worked better. Y'all are bad. It doesn't help that I don't like mayonnaise. I'm a mustard person, so It just mixes all types of weird. Oh my god. The game never says she's mixed race. It just says she's West African. That's good to know because, apparently Jade King doesn't quite do her research and is already like, basically, she has a preconceived notion. Metal Gear Solid 2 is my favorite. Discuss. Okay, I'll stop now. You love RE5, didn't even know it had controversy. Yeah, I've heard about it like well after the fact, like years after the fact. I didn't really keep up with Resident Evil. Then again, I don't even know if I had internet back during that time, and if I did, I didn't really look into like this kind of stuff on gaming. I was on like the Cartoon Network website playing those Cartoon Network video games. That was what I was doing when I first got internet. So Sailor Mercury says there was a lot of online backlash when RE5 trailer released, first revealed, but I didn't know anyone who cared about it in real life. It was mostly game journals even then. Okay, that's also good to know. Words of Paradise says Sheva was always gonna be in the game, but not as your permanent partner. She would have been a reoccurring NPC who was on an uninfected tribal member, if I recall correctly. Okay, that's also good to know. Newsweek says, Cassie, have you seen the two comments? One about ironic that, and the second about Ghost of Tsushima. Let me scroll up, sir. It's ironic that the one claims are not racist are the most racist ones. Yeah, that sadly is a tendency, right? They don't even realize how blatantly racist they are when they're trying so hard to project that they aren't. Los Plaga, those are the enemies in RE4 and RE5. Oh, okay. Okay. Los Plaga. I'm not going to remember that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not. I'll probably call them zombies or infected or something. They have all these names for zombies, and then like they have these little spins for zombies, and I'm talking about just all of like zombie content in general. They all have their own names, and it's like, it's too much, man. It's way too much for me to keep up with. Exactly, Sailor. I was in every RE forum on the internet back in the day, and most fans didn't give a damn. So I mean, look, it's one of those things where, like, if Sheva was planned, it's kind of hard to say. Maybe Capcom was just completely tone deaf, and it happens. Like, I know people that make jokes and they don't realize that, oh man, that could be perceived as really bad and I didn't even mean for it to be that way, sort of deal. Like, it happens. Maybe they just weren't thinking. I can't really speak for them. But it sounds like they tried to make it, right? By making Sheva a playable character, or like a constantly playable character. I must not make the joke about Cass not wanting the mayo. I'm just saying, man. Freaking mustard is better in every conceivable way. It is far less calories. It's tastier. It's you can have that spicy mustard. I like the spicy mustard. Oh shit! We're having too much fun right now. Clearly, the Cartoon Network internet games went hard as fuck, especially Teen Titans fighting game. Yes, sir, Red Clouds. You are earning the dubs tonight, sir. Is Dead Island 1 racist then? I don't hear people complaining about Dead Island 1. What? Wait, white people specifically love mustard? I mean, love mayo? Every race loves mayo. I'm the only asshole that doesn't. Honey mustard is the best mustard. I could have like was it honey? Do they have like, I think it's like honey mustard, like salad dressing, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what they call it. I like the salad dressing. So the comment about Ghost of Tsushima was, what next? They're going to say Ghost of Tsushima is racist because it doesn't have other races such as blacks, Hispanics, etc. They probably will start saying that. They're literally bitching to Asians that there's no black people in Final Fantasy 16. They'll just, the thing is, no matter what you do, you could follow every rule that they put forward, and then the next thing they'll say is that, well, you did this instead of doing the opposite. And then if you would have did the opposite in the first place, they still would have said, then you should have did this because this is racist too. You can't please any of these people. So just do what your fucking vision is and fuck them. Especially if they're journalists. They don't even know how to play fucking video games anyway. Who cares? People say that only white people like mayonnaise? Oh my god, dude. Everyone loves mayonnaise. Hispanic people, black people, white people. I'm like the only asshole that doesn't like mayonnaise. But let's continue. You could argue that a game set in Africa is of course going to result in people of color being infected, which is a valid point. Oh, so you're admitting it. The view falls away the moment Chris and Sheva venture into the swamplands and are immediately assaulted by natives donning bamboo skirts, whose main mode of combat was throwing homemade spears while screaming in a dialect that feels ripped straight out of insensitive 30s cartoons. It's difficult to defend, especially awkward to revisit all these years later. I never got that far in the game. I never got that far in the game. I mean, I don't really know how that is. It could certainly be taken the wrong way, or I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, if that's reflective of that culture, I don't really know. I can't really say. But it's like, to me, it's like when I'm looking at someone that is infected, that's like to me, I don't see them, oh, they're a white person, they're a black person, they're an Asian person, they're a Hispanic person. No, they're a fucking zombie and I need to get off them. That's all it boils down to. I'm not thinking of the race of the zombie or the color of the zombie. It's not difficult at all to defend. Those sorts of tribes literally still exist in Africa. That's what I'm saying. If it's reflective of that culture, then that's not racist. You're representing that culture, and they've become, the infected, the zombies, whatever they are in this universe. That's what I'm assuming. So I don't really understand this argument. This is coming from a person that seems to think that everything is racist. One of those are Anita Sarkeesian wannabes, that everything is racist, everything is sexist, and we must call it out. That's the dumb shit that bitch said. Give me one sec, because Ziglord wants to go. I just need to make sure that Blue doesn't eat him. So give me one sec, guys. We are good. Wait, what? Alex for people say drinking milk is right wing? Huh? People are just stupid. Not Jade King. She probably thinks mayonnaise is racist. Love the Inuyasha and Gundam Wing games on the Toonami website back in the day. Yes. Played those in the library PC as a kid. Has anyone here played the Inuyasha RPG on PS2? That is a game that I want to get my hands on. I've never played it, and I do want to play it. Does anybody have fond memories of such game? The mustard only belongs on a hot dog with some ketchup. No! Mustard belongs on a lot of things, sir. On your barbecue, baked beans, hamburger, hot dog as well. I put mustard on a sandwich. I enjoy mustard on a damn good fucking sandwich. Mayo has eggs, and the eggs come from chicken, so therefore I don't have a clue what I'm talking about, much like the writer of this article. My stepmom is a huge Inuyasha fan. She has 3 Inuyasha games on PS2. I'm sure that was one of them. Yes, I'm sure that it was too. There was only like a small like handful of games. I had the Inuyasha fighting game. I thought it was bad, but I had fun playing it because I love Inuyasha. So. Sailor Mercury says, I always wanted to play that Inuyasha I think it's a PS2 RPG, but never did. Did you say mustard on baked beans? You utter savage, Cass. Yes! I'd destroy those baked beans with mustard on them, sir. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Don't like mustard, but I love honey mustard. Okay. Actually use mustard on my baked beans recipes. Hell yeah, mustard and baked beans is awesome. Oz wants to play something. Sir, this is the Twilight Zone pot. I don't know. I don't know what to call this. I just use the Twilight Zone as like the theme of this weekly show that I kind of do. So, what the actual F? Baked beans already come in a tomato sauce, or is that a British thing? I'm talking about barbecue baked beans. You're thinking about another type of baked beans. Specifically, barbecue baked beans needs to have mustard on them. Now, if it's other beans, like if my mother makes like, you know, rice and beans, like Spanish style, I'm not going to put mustard on them. They don't go. All right. So in 2009, Africa had some of the world's foremost universities situated in bustling urban metropolises, and yet Capcom decided to portray its people not as modern workers, but as savages in stereotypical tribal gear. It's a trope as inaccurate as it is insensitive. Africa is a sprawling continent, and Resident Evil 5 views it as a singular entity with few worthwhile characteristics to underpin the people and cultures who call it home. It's a generic and offensive interpretation of the content. Perhaps this dodgy misstep would fly in 2009, but to remake it and fail to acknowledge how problematic it remains, it remains borders on complete ignorance. So basically, if you do not agree, you're ignorant, you're a racist, blah, 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 blah. There's different parts of Africa. Different parts of Africa are different. That like literally, there's some parts of Africa that are actually pretty damn like, you know, like city areas, like all that shit. And then there's some parts of Africa that are not so much, that are sort of, you know, need to be developed more. So it does vary. No, you can't join Oz. Okay, you're banned for now. Okay, you're in timeout till next week, till the podcast. You little shit. But this is a really fucking dumb article, man. I wonder if I could watch this trailer without getting flagged. Let's give it a go. I'm just curious because I've never seen this before. I know that the original goal for RE5, from what I do recall, from what I've heard, is essentially that they wanted to make a game that was still horror, but in total daylight. That's what I know that from what I heard that they really wanted to do, one of their goals. Baked beans and are crackling on a fry up: sausages, bacon, fried egg, mushrooms, baked beans, potatoes, scone. Freaking delish. Sounds pretty decent, damn. I will say this: I do know someone that's you know, from the UK whose breakfast is just beans on white bread. That's what they go with, and I just look at that and I'm just kind of depressed. So Red Cloud says Africa just has many different spiritual views, many different cultures. They are not all the same. Some are still tribal. That's not a stereotype. Exactly. Like there's different parts of Africa that are just entirely different. Like to just visit one country in Africa is not representative of Africa as a whole. I feel the same way in America. Like to just visit one state in America, like every state in America is like, it's kind of like its own country, where literally Africa, they have different countries entirely. Because Africa's a continent. It's not a country. Africa's a continent. There's different countries in this continent. Every country is its own thing. So I don't really understand this argument. You're just sad that you know, that RE5 didn't take place in a more like, you know, city-esque part of Africa. And I mean, you can make that, you know, you could be disappointed by that, but that doesn't mean that this is no doubt like racist. You can't say that. That's a fucking giant leap from saying I wish that this game took place in a more city-oriented place in Africa versus a more tribalistic part of Africa. That's not that you can't say that is no like that just because it doesn't do that, it's racist. No, that's you being fucking racist, Jade King. Bush baked beans so good. This article makes people lose brain cells. He looks nothing like Chris from the original Resident Evil game. I just like the meathead version of him. I don't blame you because they did change him a lot. He does look different. So this person goes on to try and justify their bullshit. Said, I'm not saying a potential remake of Resident Evil 5 needs to abandon Africa entirely. Only the major... But the thing is, like, your bullshit is going to make them say, let's avoid all of this criticism, this scrutiny that we're going to get, especially in 2023. Let's take Resident Evil 5 Remake completely out of Africa. So that's what your bullshit is going to cause them to do if they choose to do a remake of Resident Evil 5. It's going to be a reimagining. It's not going to be set in Africa because of motherfuckers like you, Jade King. The only major revisions are required for it to stand the test of time. The fourth is campy and far removed from reality in ways that allow it to lean into charming eccentricity while Resident Evil 5 is far more grounded, realistic, and oddly Did this bitch even play RE5? I barely played RE5, and that shit definitely ain't realistic. Chris punches boulders. How the fuck is that realistic? And grounded. And oddly graphic in its visual execution. Everything feels a bit hopeless, even as you venture underground in a pillar. Ancient ruins for treasure stereotypes are reinforced with increased examples of vulgarity, and the campaign tries to inject some manner of variety into its generic firefights. It's bleak and requires a far more extensive reimagining or even a full rewrite of it in hopes to avoid causing offense and abandoning its prior baggage. See, the thing is, Capcom is going to say, fuck it. Reading an article like this, we're just not going to fuck with remaking RE5. That's what's going to happen. Obviously, it's not you that's to blame, right, Jade King? But because of shit like this, it's why it's never going to happen. It's not impossible, though, and perhaps RE4's success will be a sign for Capcom to broach upon a new timeline so it doesn't remake every game in existence before having no idea where to go next. I mean, the thing is, they know where to go next. Like, they have been doing this for years, where they'll remake one and then do, the next sequel to the franchise. Remake one and do next sequel to the franchise. That's how they've been going about this for a while now. Like, have you not gotten this routine that Capcom has set themselves in here? Take risks now and re-up the ample rewards years down the line after RE5 becomes 6, and trust me, nobody wants that. I do know some people that do like RE6, so can't say that nobody wants that. Resident Evil is in dire need of its Final Fantasy VII Remake moment, a bold new entry that establishes how dedicated it is to honoring the past while moving towards a bright future. So what you're saying is that a game that you think is racist, we're holding Jade King to her own standards here. A game that she thinks is racist inherently should be honored. Village could have achieved this, but instead lean to the iconic status of 4. Despite its own remake waiting patiently in the wings, it isn't serious enough in its personality or lore to take on a setting like Africa or effectively interrogate the elements of race likely to dominate the minds of most players. So they're not making anything about race. You're admitting that you as a player are. You fucking dumb bitch. Either abandon it or redefine it, otherwise a remake is doomed to repeat the same fatal mistakes. History will come knocking the second gamers are asking to confront Resident Evil 5's polarizing reputation and how it marks a turning point in the franchise that almost spelt its end. Forge an innovative new path into the future without relying on a troubled past. The only reason why it's troubled is because you're making out to be troubled. You don't really, look, man, I'm not going to pretend to know a lot about Africa. My best friend lived in Africa. She lived in Egypt her entire life. And, that's just one country in Africa. That doesn't mean I'm knowledgeable in Africa. That doesn't even mean I'm knowledgeable on Egypt. But I've learned a decent amount of stuff about Egypt, which is cool because I'm open to that. This person pretends to know a lot of things about Africa, but really doesn't know anything about Africa. Let me see. So the comment, you're talking about the comment about Ghost of Tsushima? Neo, because I did read that one out. I was agreeing with you about how they would they would complain about Ghost of Tsushima. You want realism in an RE game? Oh no, definitely not. I will admit, him smashing a boulder bare fist is a tad much. It is. I mean, it's ridiculous. So it's like, how is she saying that it's realistic? That's kind of crazy. Yo, Nuke Dukem, what's up, bro? See, Nuke Dukem likes RE6. There are people that like RE6. I like how Jill was a villain in 5. I liked RE6 too. See? Zeno said, I kind of got bored with 6. I didn't even make it through Leon's campaign, to be honest. Yes. My friends, like, my homie Blake Boy, he's been on, like, a couple of podcasts, Too Real for Feels podcasts. He said, like, yo, I was super hyped for RE6. It was looking like it was going to be absolutely awesome. Then when I played it, I absolutely fucking hated it. Nothing about it was even remotely scary. Like, he can get into that whole discussion. And even he said, playing co-op, and here's where Ari Cloud says, that Red Cloud says, RE6 had a fun co-op. He said, the game is shit. Playing with someone is actually not bad. Music said, no, not Ghost of Tsushima comment. The one about journalists hate historical accuracy. Let me see. Doesn't help them. Fucking blind. I don't see it. I'm sorry if I'm not seeing it. Let me look on here. Yeah, I unfortunately don't see it. Sorry. If you want to post it again, I'll obviously check it out. But journalists, yeah, they do hate historical accuracy. Especially when you use it to correct that they're wrong. Words of Paradise said, I want enough realism to make a sci-fi horror concept plausible like we get with the original trilogy, but enough camp for it to remind me of 60s monster movies that they're a love letter to. No, definitely. I get where you're coming from on that. What is your favorite Resident Evil? So, Nuke Dukem, I can't really say. It's one of those things where I think Resident Evil games are awesome, but they're fucking horrifying to me. So I've dabbled in the mass majority of them, but I haven't really picked a favorite, and I haven't completed them. I buy them to support them, I play them, I dabble in them, but I don't beat them because I'm a little pussy, so. RE6 had too many QTs, and I won't play something like Resident Evil 6 because it's not like it. I don't want to fuck with Resident Evil 6, even though I would probably be able to play through it and maybe even have some fun with it, but it doesn't really adhere to what Resident Evil is. It's kind of its own thing, so I don't really want to dabble in that either. Especially woke journalists hate accuracy. Yeah, because they want to fucking rewrite history. That's the whole goal for these fucking losers. Your favorite Resident Evil is Revelations 2? That's what's up. Well, my two friends played Revelations 2 co-op. It is hilarious because they played the entire thing back on PS4 generation, back when you could share play with your friend for just simply 1 hour. So after an hour, you'd automatically be disconnected. So my friend Strike owned the game, and my friend Gatling Hunter was share playing co-op play with Strike and having to reconnect like every hour while playing through Revelations 2. And they were about to lose the last boss fight, but apparently Gatling Hunter threw a brick or something like that, some sort of debris at the final boss that ended up killing it. Other than that, I don't think they had ammo or some shit, but it was like ridiculous. Killed the enemy by throwing like a fucking brick at it. Alex Versible says, I want more new RE games instead of remakes. I totally get that. Like, it's one of those things where if you're interested in new experiences, you definitely have to be more patient because they do the new game, then the remake, the new game, remake. So you have to be patient. And it does kind of suck if you're looking for new experiences entirely. And now that they're getting into like later games in the series, like remakes are less justifiable, you know? Like you could justify a remake of RE2. You can justify a remake of RE3, even though they fucked up RE3's remake in terms of actually not including some key parts to it. When it comes to like RE4, it's harder to justify a RE4 remake because the game is relatively modern. It's one of the most pivotal games in terms of defining modern gameplay. It's a huge inspiration for modern gameplay. So it's kind of harder to justify these remakes when you go down the line. I think they should do a Code Veronica remake because that one actually is justifiable, even if it's not a mainline. But it's hard to get access to that game. It's a PS1 game. So I think that, you know, it's justifiable to remake a lot of those PS1 games, but the PS2 games and even like RE5 remake, it's kind of hard to justify that. So Ron Cassie, just say your favorite is the remake of 1 and you're golden. I love that atmosphere in that remake of the first game. It's fucking awesome. That game holds up even today. Like in terms of like its visual aesthetic, it is a beautiful piece of art. Like just going through that mansion, what a beautiful fucking piece of art that game is. Fucking awesome. Like I can respect little things like that. The reason why like some games take me forever to play through because I'm appreciating the little shit that most people look over. Like when you actually are in the mansion of RE1, like how could you not appreciate the fucking design? And the fucking game is scary as shit. Oh my god. What? Oh, that game literally like triggers my anxiety, triggers the shit out of me. Good on them, man. Capcom killed it with that game. They did a good job of scaring me off, that's for sure. They did their job. Same Alex, but only if they're quality. 8, not a good Resident Evil game. A good game, but a bad Resident Evil game. Zeno said, I did enjoy 8 as much as 7, but I will still defend the fact that they both feel very much RE in my opinion. Share play was so cool. I mean, now you can do infinite share play, so that's cool. We want RE9. It's coming, I'm sure. Sailor Mercury says Code Veronica should get a remake before RE5. I agree to that. Because RE5 is easily accessible. Code Veronica, not so much. Ooh. Rickard says, I want a new Beautiful Joe so bad. I would love that. They need to actually, like, port those games. Those games need a remaster and then a sequel. Let's go. Words Paradise said, Code Veronica is mainline. Okay. Red Clouds, Capcom needs to bring Power Stones and Dino Crisis back. I agree with that as well. That would be awesome. Also, it wasn't PS1. It was Dreamcast and PS. Oof. Thank you for correcting me. My apologies. Veronica should have been remade before RE4, in my opinion. just helping out with that gamer knowledge. Now I appreciate it. Please correct me. If I'm wrong, I totally concede. Like, please correct me. I'd be in favor of a Code Veronica remake over 5, as I never played the OG. Joshua, what's up, bro? Hope all is well with you. Good to see you. Capcom should do a remake of Dino Crisis 1 and 2. I would definitely be down for that. I never got to play those games, but against dinosaurs, see, that would be cool. Cassie is a certified G. Yes, I am. Certified G and a bona fide stud. And you can't teach that. If you know it, then you know it. People claim Code Veronica isn't mainline because it isn't numbered. But Capcom has stated that it is a mainline, and Shinji Mikami regrets not numbering it because it's caused this misconception. Yeah, definitely could easily do so. I posted the original. All right, let's see. Why am I not? Someone fucking with the comments? I'm convinced. Hey, Sailor Mercury got it. Enzo Amore, yes sir. Am I fucking going blind here? Like, someone deleting Neozoic's comment? Or am I just going completely blind? Because does anyone see Neozoic's comment about journalists hating historical accuracy? Because I don't. Huh. You did? Why the fuck is it not popping up then? I don't understand. It's weird. Is it like a super long comment or something that it didn't post? I'm blind. Whenever Neo's trying to post isn't posting, YouTube probably blocked it. It happened to me 3 times when sending my super chat. Damn, really? What the fuck? I'm gonna have to look into that. That's weird. Let me jump on. I'm gonna have to look into that behind the scenes. I'm sorry about that, Neo. I don't know why it's doing that. I have it set to allow all comments. I don't have any filters on. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm sorry about that, guys. Probably YouTube nonsense. It's weird. Because I don't really like to censor anybody, so I have allow all comments. Maybe if there's like too many people in the chat, I'd have to reconsider that. Just because YouTube does this thing where it's like if the creator doesn't like watch out, then they'll hurt the creator for it. So like that's like that makes it kind of weird. But right now, like, you know, I can manage chat on my own. Comments disappear all the time. Probably YouTube nonsense. YouTube's probably blocking it. YouTube pre-censors comments for super chats, at least, that it deems offensive. I don't know if it does. If for regular comments, I hate that YouTube auto censors. Yeah, that's fucking annoying, especially when you deliberately tell them not to. Because I deliberately tell them not to. But yeah, I think this is a lot of cope from this individual when it comes to bitching and whining, but that's all a lot of these people know how to do. And we have returned to regular webcam. Yeah, do you know the have you guys ever seen My Cousin Vinny, where basically he's supposed to, Joe Pesci's character is supposed to dispute the previous thing that another lawyer said, and the dude and Joe Pesci just gets up and looks at the jury and says, "Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you." And then he goes and sits back down. That's pretty much how I feel about this article by Jade King. Everything Jade King just said is bullshit. Thank you. I feel like that's all that should be said here. But yeah, unless, look, I don't like to just simply assume that people are inherently bad. I don't like to assume that. So in turn, if you're going to say that this game is racist, you have to show, definitive proof of that, clearly. What you're saying is bringing up, things that different parts of Africa are, because, Africa is a continent. It contains many countries that have their own culture and own, set of stuff going on, just like how America is, but America is a country with different states. So it's a little bit different in scale. Arguably, Africa is probably grander in scale because it's a fucking continent. So I can't really say I'm not knowledgeable in Africa. But the last thing I'm going to assume is that Africa is the same in the entirety of Africa. That's stupid. Creators would get hit by YouTube for their chat doing things like spamming the N-word, and they'd appear on screen live chat. Yeah, it's like, why is a creator responsible for that? Especially when you see people's chats just all it is just go, how is a creator supposed to be responsible for some shit like that, Michael Joe, good to have you here, bro. But yeah, do I think that they should remake Resident Evil 5? I don't think they should right now, personally. That's just me basically saying that this game is pretty modern. They should do something like a Code Veronica, because it is, that's what fans, really old school fans, the fans, the very, the people that are obsessed with Resident Evil seem to want. And I think that they should default to what their oldest fans do want. Because I think that, I don't think that at least from what I've seen, Code Veronica seems to be really popular amongst the true hardcore fans of Resident Evil. And I think that in modern day, with how much more popular Resident Evil seems to be now, that remaking that game can introduce it to a whole new audience, which I think would be awesome. So they definitely should remake that, at least before they touch Resident Evil 5. But if they do Resident Evil 5, I think that it should probably be a single player experience. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, as a not fan of Resident Evil 5, as someone that is a very casual person of the Resident Evil franchise, I think that it should be a single player experience. But that's just me. I'm not a hardcore fan by any means. Some people really love Resident Evil 5. I played it both alone and with someone and couldn't stand it, so. And not because of the setting or whatever the fuck Jade King is implying. Whereas Paris said they shouldn't have even remade 4. An argument can be made for that. Red Cloud's asks, you ever seen The Big Lebowski? Don't kill me, please. Please don't kill me. I have not seen The Big Lebowski. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for failing this hard, guys. I mean, from what I've seen, Resident Evil 4 Remake looks awesome. I mean, now when it comes to like how well it adheres to the original game, I can't really say. But it's hard for me as someone that's looking at how awesome the game looks. And when you're saying, oh, this game shouldn't even exist, when I'm just like, but look at how beautiful it is. Look at that gameplay, that demo that I played. Like, it's awesome. So, like, from that perspective, like, I'm sure that you can understand how I feel about that on Words of Paradise, but I understand how you feel. And from what I've seen of RE4, the original, yeah, it's a pretty damn modernized game. I don't like it in terms of how it looks aesthetically, and you may hate me for that because I've always thought that this game belongs in like an arcade with one of those like guns because it has like that visual on-screen aesthetic, which always bothered me about that game. But I'm sorry, that's just a me thing. I know that you guys love RE4, and I'm not trying to disrespect it, but that's kind of how I perceive RE4 in terms of how it looks from the actual like on screen. To be fair, a remake of Code Veronica sadly wouldn't sell as much. Hell, back in the day, it was their worst selling RE game, which is what convinced them to change the style to what we got in RE4. Do you think that perhaps the reason why Code Veronica didn't sell could be in part of its name being Resident Evil Code Veronica and not Resident Evil 4 or whatever, a mainline? Because, I mean, look, a lot of people didn't fuck with Halloween 3 because it was named Halloween 3 and didn't feature Michael Myers. Meanwhile, it's an awesome Halloween seasonal film. Like, it's dope. Joshua99 is asking if Resident Evil 5 had co-op. Yes, sir, it did have co-op. I think I remember playing it with my cousin. It just isn't popular enough for casual RE players. Remake of Resident Evil 4 looks good. It does. It looks awesome. A lot of people are enjoying it too, so that's cool. So far, being 1/3 in, it is an incredible game. It doesn't have the same... that doesn't have a reason to exist, if that makes sense. Basically, I get where you're coming from with that. Hot take, but I don't mind reimaginings. I don't want to play the same game, to be honest. I don't blame you with that, Alex Versible. I think that that's like, I think that some reimaginings are cool. It's just as long as the reimagining is with the right mindset, not because you hate a franchise that you're jumping into, but because you want to change something to make it fresh, but still adhere to the game, to the, the franchise itself, respectfully. So I think that there's definitely room with that, for sure. It being on Dreamcast didn't help either. Yeah, you're not wrong there. But I believe it was also on PS2, so that kind of... I believe it was it exclusive to Dreamcast for a time, though? It doesn't have a reason to exist. The cap must be a fitted one. Damn, which one is the one that takes place in a train? That's Resident Evil 0, I believe, right? See, I do know my Resident Evils, even though I'm not like, I don't consider myself a true fan by any means. That and fixed camera angles were already seen as dated at the time the game came out. Also, Halloween 3 is my favorite Halloween. Don't blame me. It's awesome. It's in my top 5. I would never watch Halloween the Season of Witch. I mean, if you haven't, I'd say give it a try. It's a fun Halloween season film. Like, it's silly, but it's also like cool. I enjoy it for what it is. But I think if they just would have simply called it Halloween Season of the Witch, people probably wouldn't have perceived it as, oh, it's going to have Michael Myers, and not just a small cameo of Michael Myers that essentially alludes to Halloween 1 and 2 being completely fiction. It was Dreamcast exclusive first. Love the Silver Shamrock song. It's catchy, but it's also annoying. So I'm like, I get like, I like it, but also playing it too much gets annoying. So I definitely feel like by what's his name by the end where he's just screaming. That's how I feel too. But yeah, guys, damn, it's about to be midnight because we just had amazing talks, bros. Like it's been awesome. If you haven't hit the like button, it really helps me out. I appreciate everyone that did come through. It's been an awesome night just talking gaming with you guys, and yeah, bringing to light that journalism is still stupid and continues to be stupid and continues to race bait, while also discussing some interesting things. We've covered a lot. I'm glad that we did too, because we took up a lot of time. Joshua doesn't want me to go. I'm still here, bro. I'm still here, bro. Take it in while you can. I hate that story between Laurie Strode and Michael Myers are siblings. I don't think it's necessarily the best thing, but at the same time, like, what was presented that was better? That's always my question. Like, people constantly say that, and even John Carpenter himself said he regrets making Laurie and Michael siblings. He felt that was a cop-out. And it's like, okay, but what since then? And a lot of like fans feel that way too, simply because Carpenter said it. And a lot of the time I agree with Carpenter. This is a rare instance where I don't agree with Carpenter. He hates Halloween 2. And while I don't think it's perfect, there's some scenes that I think are absolutely dreadful, like Laurie in the fucking parking lot screaming after Loomis and Marion Chambers walk into the hospital and they can no longer hear her. Shit like that is absolutely insufferable. But I think Halloween 2 is a good sequel. Carpenter hates 2. He also thinks that making Michael Myers and Laurie Strode siblings was a terrible idea. Now, do I think it's terrible? No. Do I think it's the best idea? Also, no. What was presented since then that has been better? Because I don't think anything since then has been better. I think the mainline Halloween films are still the better option with all of their faults. I can adhere to all of the Halloween sequel from like 2 to 6 all have faults in them, every single one. But I still think they're better and more watchable than Rob Zombie's Halloween. I do like Rob Zombie's Halloween more than I used to. I can fuck with them now. The new trilogy, I don't think they actually reversed that. They made it so that Laurie and Michael Myers aren't siblings. But because of that, them being connected in a film made no sense. Like, why did Michael Myers go to Laurie Strode's house? Like, these things aren't justified. Resurrection, H2O, I don't think that they're necessarily that good either. I don't think that they're necessarily better. I think Resurrection is dog shit, and H2O, there's some things that are likable about it, and then some things that are absolutely fucking atrocious about it. This just went into a whole Halloween thought process. So, a lot of people say, just because John Carpenter said it, that them being siblings was a mistake. But there is nothing that presented that is better. That is my stance. Nothing presented since is better. I'm not angry that you have not seen the comment. Not a big deal. I wish that YouTube still had like DMs. Yeah, unfortunately I just don't see it. I have the chat on my tablet too. And I'm looking through the tablet, don't see it. I don't know why. I wish that I knew. I wish I understood. So I'm really sorry about that. You know that if I miss your comment, Neozoic, and you bring it up, I obviously go check it out. You enjoy Halloween 2? I love Halloween 2. I think it's awesome. I think Halloween, the original Halloween 2, has the best soundtrack throughout the entirety of the Halloween franchise. That is the one soundtrack I can listen to on my free time. You're saying Michael Myers being a product of a fanatical cult isn't better than the sibling angle. I mean, but to be fair, the whole cult thing is kind of connected to the sibling angle, because basically it's implied that Michael Myers does the dirty with his niece and has a kid. So I take that into account as well. I mean, that continues the sibling thing, just doesn't have the sibling rivalry because Laurie Strode was written off in Halloween 4 because she didn't want to come back. So you like the H2O ending more than the ending of recent Halloween ends. Yeah. And honestly, there's a lot of things I hate about H2O. A lot of people love H2O. I'm one of those where I don't hate it. I can watch it, but there's some things about it that I do hate. Particularly the mask situation. Especially those CGI scenes with the mask, which is like, why? Horrifying. Michael Myers' eyes being blue. I'm sorry, that may seem like not a big deal to some people, but if you respect the lore of the original film, his eyes being blue is fucking ridiculous. I can see it through the giant fucking holes in the mask. It's fucking annoying. That just screams to me that people who made this film aren't fans. I wish there was a Halloween version of Jason X. Oh no. So, Neozoic asks, do you think Halloween series should have ended with Halloween 2? No, because I enjoy a lot of the movies afterwards. I think that in a sense, yes, it should have. Objectively speaking, yes. At least the Michael Myers portion should have ended with 2, because they killed off Michael Myers in 2, so it makes the most sense. Objectively, yes. Subjectively, I like 3, I like 4, I like 5, and I'm okay with 6. So, subjectively, no, because I love 4. 4 is my favorite sequel. So anything to have secured my favorite sequel, so I have to be subjectively speaking here. But I wouldn't have minded if Halloween 3 was a success and they would have made, like, you know, different stories. That would have been cool. I would have been okay with that. The way you feel about Halloween 2 soundtrack is how I feel about Dragon Ball GT. GT's Japanese market soundtrack is my favorite anime soundtrack of all time, despite the anime being shite. Yeah. No, honestly, I need to check that out. To be honest, I even like the intro of GT. Like, as corny as it is, I can fuck with it. Halloween version of Jason X sounds absolutely insane. It's crazy that Michael Myers slept with his niece. It's not necessarily implied. I mean, you know, he could have, you know, put it in a cup. Just say. We kind of just assume that. Because we always have to make everything awkward. That's how the general public is. His eyes should be green. Damn you, Joshua. Yeah, CGI Mask was terrible in H2O. Delta says, Cassie, I thought you were doing a movie night. I should be doing movie night. I actually had to postpone the movie night. So what I had to do, Delta, was move movie night on Discord to Sunday because I had to move this live stream from yesterday to today. So from Thursday to Friday, because I had to do something Thursday night that was going to take time for, real life shit and adulting. So that's why I had to push everything over. So if you're a part of my Discord, once again, if you want to be a part of Discord, consider becoming a channel member. The basic channel membership gets you full access to the Discord. On this Sunday for the Discord, we're doing movie night where we're watching Escape from New York, one of my favorite Carpenter flicks. So I'm excited for that. So. Unless you count Freddy vs. Jason, love that, but it's more of a nightmare movie with Jason guest starring. Jason X was the only Friday the 13th I liked. It was can't be fun. Really? I mean, I like Friday the 13th 1, 2, 3, 4 I like. So it's mostly 1, 2, and 4 that I love. 3 I'll throw it in there since it's technically a part of that. But I love how 4 is a proper ending. I think they did a good job with that. I love the kills too. It's pretty fun. 5 I cannot fucking stand. Friday the 13th Part 5. What a dreadful fucking pile of shit. Oh my god, I just hate everyone in that movie. Piece of shit, really. Delta, yes, I like Halloween 5, but Friday the 13th Part 5, no. I love 5. I love Halloween 5. I know it's one of the bad ones. I can admit to liking a bad movie. There's plenty of bad movies that I love. I love Halloween 5. It's a bad movie, though. It's a bad Halloween movie, especially. Dan Coco is a great opening theme to GT. Also, the GT rap from Funimation was funny. I'm talking about the Funimation rap. I enjoy that. It's so corny. It's so corny, but I enjoy it. It was planned to have Michael go to space in Halloween 6. I wouldn't mind. To be honest. Halloween anthology would have been cool as fuck. I would have definitely been into a Halloween anthology. I think that they should still do it. Just call it like you know how Trilogy of Terror is. I know 70s stuff. You probably don't know it. I'm a Karen Black fan, so I've seen Trilogy of Terror. It's pretty hilarious, but call it like Trilogy of Halloween or some shit. Just make like a trilogy of anthology flicks or something. You ain't missing much with the whale. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. I'm good. How'd it go yesterday? If you could say on stream. Things seem to be good. We're gonna see where things go. Like basically progress, positive progress. So I think I'm good. Not getting my hopes up, but Jason Lives is the only Friday the 13th I can revisit. So that's 5. I guess we're opposites then, Delta, on that front. I don't even remember the name of 5. I just know I hate Part 5 with all of my fucking heart and soul. It might be 6. I don't know. I'm not that big of a Friday the 13th fan. I like 1, 2, and 4. So the other ones, I don't really know them by name. Do you think Michael Myers to get new powers? I don't know. I don't think so. At this point, no one knows, like, Michael Myers. Like, they've changed Michael Myers so much that there's nothing that is established anymore. The lore of Halloween changes when the fuck it feels like it. Especially with these last two films. Halloween, what is it? Halloween Kills. He felt like Jason. They even alluded to shit like oh, he's just a little boy in a man's body. Jason Voorhees shit in Halloween Kills. In Halloween Ends, they did some like Christine shit. So who knows? Like what? I made a video on talking about this. Like basically, like the essence of Halloween like is lost. Like they that franchise is in free fall. They should just stop making Halloween films because they don't even know what the fuck to do with Michael Myers anymore. So how you got Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. I mean, it might as well just make it a joke. Like it's like the thing is, it's like these Halloween films that they did recently, it was like they want you to take it seriously, but how? How can anyone that actually is a fan of it take it seriously? I couldn't. 2018, I could take it remotely seriously. Some of it's fucking goofy. Like honestly, when Laurie's at the front door, like with her back against the front door, and Michael Myers like shoves his hand through the door and like started grabbing Laurie, and you could tell it's clearly a dummy that's posing as Laurie. Like, how can you not laugh at that shit? Oh my god, we're getting into uncharted territory here. It's the new day. It's Saturday, guys. It's late. I don't want to keep you guys anymore. I really appreciate everyone that came through. It was a good time, really, guys. It was good as always. It's always fun hanging out with you guys. I love doing these streams. If you haven't, hit the like button. Helps me out. If you're new here, subscribe. I talk about all types of stuff. It could be like old school flicks, new flicks that I deem acceptable, at least for me. That's subjective. Video games, all sorts of entertainment, man. So if you're into that, consider subscribing, hanging out with your girl, having fun. And thank you so much, Words of Paradise, for a super chat, man. Totally didn't have to, bro. Thank you so much for coming through. Sailor Mercury as well, Alex vs. Evil, Michael Joe, Delta, Red Clouds, Neozoic. Neozoic says, well, guys, I have to fly off Superman style. Take care, Cassie, Words of Paradise, Sailor Mercury, Nuke Dukem, and everyone in the chat. Good night, Neozoic. It was good speaking with you as always. Sorry that YouTube treated you like shit. I try not to treat anyone like shit here. The fact that YouTube treated you like shit, I have a bone to pick with YouTube. Sailor Mercury, thanks for coming through. Thank you so much, Joshua, for coming through. Chris, Zeno, thank you guys so much. Appreciate y'all. Nuke Dukem and Oz for being a pain in the ass as always. All right, guys, have a good night. Take care of yourselves. I'm out.